Part 3. Living a meaningful life in a meaningless world. In Part 2, our focus is on the themes that describe the problems the existentialists see themselves as addressing. This part covers the existentialists' responses to these problems. Taken as a whole, it presents a how-to manual of existential living. It clarifies the concerns that form the core of what existentialism is all about. The existentialists aren't big on final solutions, but they do generally agree that there's hope and that human beings can find a way forward. Part 3 presents what the existentialists see as the way forward, the way to deal with the absurdity the world confronts us with. Each chapter develops a different existential theme, a different component of that way forward, primarily through the lens of one existentialist's philosophy. Don't consider these discussions the final word of the existentialists as a group on that topic, but you get an idea of why each of these themes is important and how at least one existentialist develops that theme. Chapter 6. Understanding our unique way of existing in the world. In this chapter, surveying different ways to think about existence. Investigating how you are connected to the world. Understanding who and what you are. In this chapter, we talk about the meaning of human existence by analyzing Martin Heidegger's central existential work, Being and Time, 1920. To crack the question what is the meaning of human existence, you have to look closely at what it means for you, the entity you are, to exist. What makes the uniqueness of human life possible? Look closely at what it means to engage in life. Existentialists such as Heidegger point out that the proper method of understanding life isn't scientific because science looks at things from the outside, and you can understand life only from within. As a result, they propose using the phenomenological method, a way of investigating life from the inside. We explain that existentialists such as Heidegger see life as grounded in an intimate immersion in the world. That means understanding the meaning of existence requires acknowledging the ways in which we're immersed in activity within the human worlds of significance that we occupy. We end with a problem that arises from this description of life. Namely, we ask, where are you in all that immersion within the social and human world? Where's the individual? In response, Heidegger points out that your basic, most fundamental way of living isn't as an I but as a they. Basic, everyday living is a mirroring of the group or social climate that you live in. This doesn't mean that it's the only way for you to live. You can be authentic within life and express your individuality. But you need to first realize that your basic, normal mode of existing is what Heidegger calls fallen, existing in the world as a they. Different ways to investigate existence. Heidegger was interested in the really big questions, like what's the meaning of existence? Yeah, that's big. To investigate it, Heidegger thinks you need to look closely at the particular mode of existence of specific beings, namely, beings just like you. To investigate your own existence, start by recognizing that the capacity to ask questions about your own existence is unique to your way of being. Who and what you are matter to you. You participate in life in a way that no other being can. You wonder, you ponder, you ask questions about living. What does it mean that you can do that? What are you? What's the structure of the kind of life that defines you? If you want to investigate life, you need a method. But how do you dig into the nature of life itself? Science seems like the wrong method, because it wants to examine life from the outside. It can't grasp what it means to wonder about and question existence, to actually experience living. Instead, Heidegger argues you need to analyze your existence, or participation in life, from the inside and try to understand its meaning from that insider's perspective. Investigating the meaning of existence. Of all of the big questions, perhaps none is bigger than what is the meaning of existence. If you think about it, things are, a fact that's actually pretty darn amazing. Why isn't there nothing instead? Existence is pretty cool. According to existential thinkers such as Heidegger, it's helpful to start by clarifying exactly what you want to investigate. To begin, note the different ways to talk about existing. As Heidegger puts it, you can ask about the nature of existence, or you can ask about the nature of beings. As he sees it, the difference involves the following. When you talk about beings, you mean things that exist. Cats, tables, chairs, you, these are all beings, not existence itself. When you talk about existence, you mean the mysterious fact that a being shows up or makes an appearance at all. Existence isn't itself a being. Heidegger wants you to look at existence itself. Unfortunately, Heidegger thinks that most people have forgotten the question or left it behind. You may forget the question for lots of reasons. Perhaps you take the answer to be obvious. What's more obvious, you think, than the meaning of is? Perhaps you blow the question off, suggesting that it's just plain unintelligible or silly. Heidegger thinks that sometimes, people forget the question by mistaking questions about existence with questions about beings. They get things all mixed up, confusing what he calls ontic investigations, into the nature of beings, with ontological investigations, into existence. Heidegger thinks you need to reinvestigate the mystery at the heart of things, existence. Now you just need to know how to get started. Knowing existence means knowing you. Asking about existence is about as abstract as you can get. So how can you gain access to the issue? Heidegger thinks that you have to inquire about existence through an investigation of the existence of a particular kind of being. The best being to pick, he argues, is one just like you. Why investigate a being to investigate existence itself? Can't you just deal with big, hard-to-grasp abstractions? Fortunately, no. Heidegger says, being is always the being of an entity. What he means is that if you want to think about existence, being, you have to think about the existence of something that already exists. In a way, that's where existence is going on. Beings get you access to existence. So what being should you use to investigate existence? A beer mug? Well, that's not the best route. Heidegger thinks it helpful to investigate a being whose existence is defined by the fact that it questions its own existence. You're that being. You engage with your existence. You wonder about it. You ask, what kind of being should I be, as though the way you exist is up to you. This way of existing, which is unique to us, causes us a lot of anxiety because the Shakespearean question to be or not to be, is never settled. It's always there, demanding to be re-engaged again and again. It makes life painful, but at the same time it opens the possibility for the exhilaration or thrill of life that your beer mug, which can't exist in this way, can never experience. The beer mug's existence doesn't include that kind of possibility, well, not our beer mugs, anyway. Why does investigating your type of existence help you? Why does it matter that you ask questions about life? Heidegger has his reasons. He says, 1. You ask questions about existence. 2. Asking questions about existence involves understanding existence on some level. 3. So in the way that you engage with life by questioning it, you must already understand existence on some basic level. Heidegger's reasoning here is interesting. He thinks if you ask a question like what is existence, or what does it mean for me to be, you already have an understanding, on some level, of the meaning of is in the question, isn't it? But is means existence. So to ask what existence is already means being acquainted with the answer in some way to start. With this insight in mind, Heidegger proposes that if you can investigate the very way in which you exist as the specific being you are, the fact that you wonder and question what to be, you may come to know a bit more about existence as a whole, or at least get some clues about it. You want to investigate what it means for beings like you to experience life in the way that you do. After all, that's what life is, being engaged with what's around you, wondering about it, and asking lots of questions, directing your life one way or another, or being anxious, or being exhilarated. Life is trying to figure out how to situate yourself or how to be. It's hard work, but it's your inescapably existential duty and obligation. So to investigate the meaning of your existence, look under the hood, and try to see how this sort of life runs and ticks. Not many questions are more existential than that. Science, analyzing life from the outside. If you want to ask about life, you first need a method to use to investigate it. The existentialists tend to be united on one point: the scientific method doesn't work well here, because it's committed to analyzing things from the outside, from a distanced perspective. Thinking about life from the outside, however, just seems to look at life the wrong way. Don't get us wrong, we're not hating on science. We love science. In fact, science is clearly a very valuable method of investigation. Without science, you wouldn't have an iPod, and you'd have to walk to work because you wouldn't have a car. One of the reasons science is so effective, frankly, is because it analyzes things in a detached way. Science prides itself on learning about things from an impartial and unbiased point of view, and that view works when you care about technological advancement. But that's not the best method of investigation for all inquiries. How does science approach the questions: what does life mean, and what makes life possible? Open any science textbook that deals with humans, and take a look. What does it say? Lots of things: that humans are mammals, that humans are Homo sapiens, that people have specific sequences of DNA, that the brain is composed of neurons. That sort of thing. That's what human life, as it's studied by biology from the detached perspective, turns out to be. But when you pose the question about the meaning of life, is that the kind of response you're looking for? When you ask, what makes life possible, or what does it all mean, does the biology text help you out? No doubt you get the unmistakable feeling that this is fundamentally the wrong kind of response. If you've read the book The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, by Douglas Adams, you'll remember that a bunch of mice built a supercomputer to figure out the answer to life, the universe, and everything. After billions of years, it gives its answer: 42. It's funny, but why? It's not 42 that you are laughing at. Well, maybe you are a bit. Instead, you're likely laughing at the fact that the scientific language of the answer just doesn't fit the personal language of the question. Life, as a way of existing, can't be analyzed from the outside. Life isn't biological life, neither is it chemical life or life as understood by physics. It's experienced life. Try as it might, science just can't grasp that. It can't address what it means to ponder, question, and wonder. But you want to know what it means to be that kind of thing, what makes it all possible, or what it means to exist as the kind of being you are. Whatever the answer, we know one thing: life won't be illuminated at all for us by talk of atoms or chemicals or neurons or the number 42. Viewing life from the inside out. Science doesn't do a good job of explaining life because scientific investigations are too impersonal. To get at the more personal dimension of life, you need a method that can analyze the actual experience that is life. You need a method that can get on the inside of the experience of life and analyze it from there. Edmund Husserl, 1859–1938, thought that he had just such a method. According to Husserl, to really understand the sort of life particular to human beings, you have to be a human being. You need to actually be an experiencing entity to get a grasp on what it means to experience and exist in a human way. In fact, this idea seems right. No matter how many scientific facts you accumulate about humans, you never get much of a clue about what it means to actually live or exist in the sense that you want to investigate. Husserl proposed a method called phenomenology to rigorously study the actual insider's experience of living or existing. Phenomenology is a big word, but it's easy to understand. It breaks down into two Greek terms, phenomenon, which means to appear, and logos, which means to make sense of or to give an account of something. So phenomenology means to make sense of, or explain, what appears as you experience life from the inside. What's it like to be a bat? In 1974, Thomas Nagel, a philosopher who studies the mind, posited an interesting thought experiment. What if, he wondered, you knew everything there was to know about the physical scientific facts involved when a bat uses echolocation? In such a scenario, he asked, would you know what it was like to use echolocation? Nagel's answer was no, that the actual experience specific to bat life couldn't be fully reduced to the sorts of facts that science collects, even if it had them all to study. Think about it. If you agree with Nagel's conclusion, it seems to suggest that what it's like for you to exist, experience the world, or participate in life can't be understood from the outside through scientific investigation. Instead, because knowing what it's like to be a bat would require being a bat, you have to take seriously the actual inside experiences of the human being. Knowing what it's like to participate in human life requires looking at human life from the inside and seeing how it ticks on its own terms. The phenomenologist tries to pay close attention to how things look from the first-person point of view because that first-person point of view is so integral to what it means for you to exist. From there, the phenomenologist can analyze what appears to determine what makes the phenomena possible. The existentialist hopes that you can use phenomenology to gain access to important clues about the actual structure of life. Living in your everyday world. Existentialists think that understanding what it means to exist as a human being is important. As we discuss in the preceding section, this exploration requires analyzing the experience of life as it looks from the inside of a being who experiences life as you do. In this section, we look at what Heidegger claims to find in his analysis of the phenomenon of human life and what makes your unique way of existing possible. Heidegger's first claim is that our existence is what he calls a being in the world, a very deep and intimate way of being connected to your environment. We take apart the phrase being in the world. Look at Heidegger's claim that being connected, or being in, from an existential point of view means being involved and committed to a world through concerns and goals. All these ways of being disposed toward the world are ways of responding to the question of what it means to be or to exist. Consider world to better understand what your concern is immersed within or about. In other words, what's the context within which you ask about your own existence? Heidegger's answer is that life takes place in social worlds. Only within social environments is the human kind of existence possible. Worlds provide the kind of languages needed to interact with existence in the way you do. Connect being into the existential notion of world. According to Heidegger, being in the world always means engaging with life through a participation with your projects and goals. Heidegger argues that this is accomplished through seeing and responding to the particular social worlds we find ourselves within in terms of the tools that those social worlds provide and are composed of. From Heidegger's perspective, your most basic relationship to life is not only social, but also practical and activity-oriented. The nuts and bolts of your life. Existentialists are centrally concerned with understanding what it means to live the kind of existence you do. Time to start investigating. When you think of life, what are the most basic components or parts? When you pay attention to it as a whole, what does life always seem to involve? For Heidegger, the most basic answer is that human life is a way of being in the world. Human life, he thinks, means always being radically situated somewhere, being directed or focused intimately on what's around you. The notion of being in the world. Heidegger really loves hyphens. Seriously. He absolutely loves to connect long strings of words with them. No, he isn't grammatically deranged. He actually has a philosophical reason. He thinks that the hyphens draw attention to certain features of your basic existence. To see, compare these two ways of expressing this. Being in the world. Being in the world. In the first item, the grammar implies that being and the world are separate things connected by the word in. This implies that a being can exist and then be put into a world. If that's right, each of the two, being and world, can exist independently without the other. When thinking about human existence or human life, Heidegger strongly disagrees that this is possible. Beings like us exist in a way that's better described by being in the world. The hyphenated connections imply that what's connected by the dashes should actually be thought of as a unitary phenomenon. So you can't exist first and then be put in the world, because for you to be in the first place implies being connected to the world in an intimate way. Your very way of existing is worldly. Dasein, the notion of existing there. At the simplest level, what does it mean to say that life, or your unique existence, is essentially worldly? For the existentialists, learning about life or existence is phenomenological. See the earlier section Viewing Life from the Inside Out for more details. So you should be able to simply look closely at how experience looks or appears and try to generate some basic clues from there. Go ahead. Take a look at your experience. Don't look at this or that particular experience. Instead, focus on what all your experiences seem to have in common. What basic features seem to always be present? Well, at the core, living or being in a world always involves being situated in a context and a location. Human life is a being somewhere. Look around, test it out. It's so obvious that you tend to miss it. At no time do you ever exist and then wind up in some situation, one that you then experience. Instead, an essential part of your existence is being situated. You always find yourself in the midst of this particular experience or that, one that has this history or that one, this cultural background as opposed to that one structuring it as significant, and so on. Heidegger stresses this point by using the German word Dasein to name the kind of being that you are. In German, the term breaks into two parts, de, which means there, and sen, which means to exist. Together, yup, here comes another hyphen, Dasein means existing there. The fact that we understand this on some level is reflected when you ask someone, how's life? You often mean how are you situated lately? People seem to acknowledge this basic, situated aspect of what they are, their existence. But you need to dig deeper into this notion of being essentially in the world. In particular, look closer at what it may mean to be in something from the standpoint of human life. Specifically, what does it mean to say that life is a way of being intimately connected to the world? Space, the final frontier of life. Life is always situated. Using Heidegger's lingo, this means that one of the necessary aspects of Dasein, the kind of being you are, is being in, the in part of being in the world. The way Heidegger sees it, this means that space is central to existence and life. This is odd, because space is typically understood scientifically, and existentialists don't tend to understand human existence in scientific terms. So if an existentialist says space is essential to your existence, you can bet that there's an existential way of being spatial or in space. As Heidegger puts it, being in is not a property which Dasein sometimes has and sometimes does not have, and without which it could be just as well as it could with it. Ah, those hyphens. There he goes again. Just remember that the hyphen means the things connected are inseparable. So if being in is hyphenated, life always incorporates a dimension of in-ness. You don't first exist and then wind up in a spatially defined situation. Think about the ways you typically use spatial terms. You say that your car is in the parking lot, that the cars are all next to one another, that each car is 2 feet from the one that is next to it. What you should notice, though, is that this way of talking is restricted to objects seen from an observer's third-person point of view. For existentialists, people aren't objects, so you must understand your existence from the first-person point of view. You don't understand life from the observer's view, but the participator's view. As a result, you need a way of understanding how space corresponds to that kind of existing. You need a participatory, existential notion of space. Clearly, it doesn't involve thinking in terms of maps or a ruler. Does language give you any insight here? Yes. As it turns out, people often use spatial terms to imply a way of being concerned, involved, or immersed within relationships. You may say, "Oh, she's just in love. What's she gotten herself into? So are you in or out? Why does she find it so hard to stand by her family when in need?" The frequency with which you use this kind of language reveals an existential way of understanding space. After all, when you think of life, it makes sense. Life just seems inconceivable without paying close attention to involvement. Isn't it fundamental to life? To be in stuff? To be up to things? When you think of pondering, defining yourself, or coming at life, the in of being in the world is what's being implicated. It implies that you're always necessarily immersed with life. It matters to you. Because you're in the world, those concerns or immersion take the form of participating with this or that plan, goal, role, or relationship. Life is fundamentally spatial because you're always touched by what's around you in ways that matter to you. Some concerns are closer to you than others, whereas others seem more distant, or foreign, to you. It's just what you are, you're spatial through and through. Meaning, life's requirement. Heidegger thinks that existential living means being involved. It means being concerned with your existence and therefore being disposed toward the world around you in a way that highlights how things matter to you. But what makes such mattering possible? According to Heidegger, it requires that you reside in a world in which things around you have a significance. Residing in such a world is the foundation of existential life. Immersion in such a world allows your concerns and disposition toward existence to take concrete form. Because worlds are social in character, Heidegger's point hints at a further claim, that your existential existence depends upon the existence of others. Consider these two different ways of talking about worlds. The collection of existing physical entities. A shared social way of structuring experience so that your environment is revealed as significant and meaningful in a way that allows you to live an intelligible human life. As we discuss earlier in this chapter and throughout the book, many existentialists, such as Heidegger, highlight how some words, such as in, can have a scientific meaning and an existential meaning. In the preceding list, the first use of world is clearly scientific. It means everything that physically exists. It's the sum of everything. Existentialists prefer the second use of world because they want to understand life the way it's experienced. The second way of talking about the world hints at the fact that an existential world is a human world as opposed to the physical world. It's like a large web or social language in which you can become immersed. Think of times you've said something like this. When is she going to join the real world? What world are you living in to do something like that? Alas, the business world is just not for me. In each of these uses, you're implying that actions and ways of responding to things take on different significance depending on the kind of language or world of meanings that the person is immersed within. Understanding behavior as meaningful in a human sense, it seems, requires understanding the specific world that it arises from and that gives it meaning. For example, to live in the business world is to experience, see, and respond to the environment, and the self, in the way that the social practitioners of business do. Perhaps, for example, someone in the art world and someone in the business world would react to a painting differently, because one person experiences it as an aesthetic work and the other experiences it as a good investment. It isn't in truth one or the other, the significance it takes on depends on the viewer's world. Life involves a way of being affected by, and responding to, things in your environment in ways that matter to you. It's also a way of wrangling with the question, what does it mean to be? Without worlds to exist in, these kinds of practical, meaningful, and highly existential engagements wouldn't be possible. Worlds provide a context and a language for you to be, for you to participate meaningfully in life. Only within worlds can you grapple with choices about what to be. This truth about the need for worlds reveals, in addition, an interesting fact. Because the worlds you live in are mostly not of your creation, to exist as a human being requires the existence of others. Meaningful existential life requires, Heidegger thinks, a world of social significance to exist within. Life's a workshop, and you need tools. Heidegger argues that your everyday life is activity. Being in the world is essentially participating and acting in your environment in ways that embody the goals and plans that reflect your engagement with the question, what should I be? This engagement is made possible, Heidegger argues, in the way that worlds reveal your environments to be filled with tools. In short, your worlds are just like workshops in which you respond to the question of your existence. The activities of your workshop. Being involved, for Heidegger, isn't a mere attitude. It's a way of behaving. Involvement in life is practical. Your primary way of being immersed in the world is through accomplishing plans and goals that you have. If you're in the business world, you answer the question, what does it mean to be, by defining yourself through projects that are meaningful in that world. If you're in the art world, you define yourself differently, in terms of the projects, concerns, goals, and roles that the art world makes available to you. Being essentially practical, however, requires the use of tools that make participating in your goals, projects, and roles possible. For Heidegger, this means that in a world, you experience your environment not as composed of objects that you see and then assign functions or uses to. Instead, you experience the world as composed of tools and functions. Each tool's function is a part of the overall web of meanings that compose that world. Thus, being in a world means actively working toward goals made possible by that world, using the tools that world makes available to you. Tools versus meaningless objects. What's in your workshop? Heidegger claims that for a thing to show up in your experience, for you to notice it, you must experience it as meaningful in some way. To do this, you have to understand the thing through a particular world or system of social meanings. Cash registers, for example, exist in the world of commerce, and microscopes exist in the world of science. As Heidegger puts it, an entity can meet up with Dasein only insofar as it can, of its own accord, show itself within a world. Heidegger's favored examples are about carpentry. Suppose that you want to build a house. Doing so means defining yourself as a carpenter and residing within the social world of the carpenter. In turn, because activity defines you as a carpenter, the process of defining yourself is done through some active project, the building of the house. In your activity, you encounter things, they show up, natural to that world, and in terms of their uses and relevance to your project. So you may encounter tools like hammers and nails. Heidegger says that people experience things primarily as ready to hand. What the carpenter doesn't see, Heidegger insists, are wooden things and iron things, what the hammers and nails are made of. Be careful, this point is a radical one that's easy to misunderstand. People typically think that their experience is filled with meaningless things that they then react to by figuring out how to fit those things into their projects and goals. So you may think you see iron thing first and then interpret it as nail. Because Heidegger thinks thought of existence, or life, as an essentially involved immersion within a world of meanings, he rejects this picture of how you interact with your environment. Instead, he argues that from the start, you're involved with everything around you, seeing it as helpful or harmful to your way of engaging with your immediate goals and projects. You experience the world through your projects. As Heidegger puts it, you look around and see the forest is a forest of timber, the mountain a quarry of rock, the river is water power, the wind is wind in the sails. Clearly, this sounds strange. But think about it and inspect your experience. Pay attention to how your experiences look, or feel. How do you experience the world? When you move around and operate within your local environment, don't you simply respond to things in ways appropriate to the immediate task at hand? Don't you see uses, not meaningless objects? Doing without thinking, look, no hands. Heidegger says that your fundamental existence in the world is practical and active. You respond to your existence through an immersion within the world through projects. In fact, Heidegger says that you can get so immersed within the everyday world that you stop noticing the tools you're using and instead see only the aim you're focused on. During these times, you aren't even conscious of yourself. So Heidegger's point is that your everyday mode of existing is practical and not even explicitly self-conscious. Hold on a second. How can you navigate your world if you aren't self-consciously directing yourself? Wouldn't that imply arbitrary action? What would that look like? Nothing would make any sense. You'd be bumping into walls and making a fool out of yourself. Many real cases actually seem to support what Heidegger is talking about while also dismissing these initial concerns. Think of a champion ice skater. How does she perform so many moves so quickly and effortlessly? The last thing she says is, "I consciously directed my body during every part of that routine." In fact, the more she thinks about what she's doing, the less successful she'll be. Such complicated activity almost seems to require that you not think about it. It needs to just happen, in a way, to work. Most of the time, isn't this how you exist? Sure, you may not be doing triple axels, but you're often doing everyday tasks and navigating your social and practical worlds in ways that are actually just as complex without explicit, conscious thought. In fact, it sure looks like most people aren't consciously thinking about what they're doing most of the time. Instead, they operate under a mode of awareness that Heidegger calls circumspection. Here are some small examples of circumspection. When you need to get into your car, do you think, "Ah, key. That goes here in the keyhole. Right. Now turn it. Ah, yes, and now open the door?" Or do you just seem to do it, fixed instead on your task, getting into the car? Circumspection, Heidegger thinks, allows you to do what's appropriate to the task, given your environment. You see what tools around you are important, the key, door, keyhole, how they work, and how they relate to your task. In circumspection, you manipulate the world around you without thinking in light of your goals. Another example is language. After all, language is a tool, isn't it? Most of the time when you're speaking, do you have to think about how to make what you want to say come out in English? Or do you just speak, and out it comes, surprisingly correct? It's as though the language becomes part of you. Well, you've embodied the tool of language, so you don't need to notice it anymore. It's as though you work through it. The ability to use language appropriately without thinking is fluency. Regular tools in your environment often work in the same way for you. When you're fluent in a world, say, the world of the carpenter, you can use the tools within that world in a way that allows them to disappear as you use them skillfully. They become transparent as you work through them. Oddly enough, Heidegger thinks that as this happens, you become transparent as well, just as much as the tool you're using does. When you're really immersed, nothing seems to exist but your goal. It's like you're in a trance. Sports players have a name for this: being in the zone. Through your goal, you're tuned into the world like a champion ice skater. You respond without thinking, even about yourself. You're just doing. Weird. Coming to grips with who you are. Heidegger thinks that your existence is a being in the world or a way of being intimately connected to the world. Check out the earlier section Living in Your Everyday World to see exactly what that means to Heidegger. For now, keep in mind that Heidegger notes that existing in the world means existing alongside others. Without them to structure and create the worlds you can live in, you couldn't exist in a meaningful way. The they, or the faceless masses or others, make human life possible. Without them, you're nothing. Of course, it's easy to lose this point because Heidegger also thinks that we get lost and entangled in our worldly immersion, and he thinks we also have to be capable of understanding our existence in a way not defined by them. Even though the world, as it's created by them, is necessary for you to meaningfully exist, you don't need to get lost in the world of them. Of course, it's natural to do this. We tend to express the identity of the faceless, anonymous mass. In the everyday, we tend to fall away from what we are, existing not as individual I-selves but as they-selves. Although they are necessary to your existence, don't forget that part of what being in the world means is to maintain a sense of self apart from them. We discuss this concept in more detail in Chapter 9. This, of course, raises the question of authenticity. Can you be authentic? Is conformity your fate? Heidegger seems to stress that without a background of conformity, you as an individual couldn't really exist. Still, authenticity is possible if you can succeed in living in the world in a way that discloses what you are fully, and part of what you are is an individual. On the other hand, inauthentic people hide what they're capable of by happily living in a contented way as part of the they. Sensing others all around you. Heidegger thinks that one of the essential components of your existence lies in the fact that you're what he calls being with. What Heidegger means by this is that existing in the world means also existing alongside other entities just like you. You're with them in the very way that you go about living your life, engaging with your daily existence, taking on roles, and working with tools. Heidegger argues that the meaning of a tool is also connected to other tools. Understanding the meaning of a hammer means unthinkingly using it in a way that simply acknowledges that it's used in order to pound nails. But that means that you must understand what nails are too. And nails also point to other tools, and so on, until finally a world of significance forms around you, one that encapsulates you within a meaningful environment. But tools point to more than just other tools, don't they? Sure. The hammer points to the nail, and the nail to the wood, and the wood to the house, but then? At some point, you reach a stage with no more in order to left. Instead, it then points to the for the sake of which. For example, at the level of a house, you understand that the house is built for other beings just like you. Heidegger points out that this means your practical engagement with the world, your essential way of existing as the kind of entity you are, makes you aware, even if on an unconscious level, of the existence of others. Simply by being in the world, You're always sensing the existence of others in what you do. You make houses for them with the hammers they build. The electricity in your own house tells you that they are still at the job. At the end of your property lies the boundary with the others. In short, engaging with your experience in a meaningful way demands that you sense them. In fact, even when you're physically alone, you're never by yourself. For human beings, existing at all always points to their presence. You're never really alone, even when there's no one actually around. You're everyone and no one. In your most basic, everyday kind of living, you're deeply immersed in your tasks, in your routine, and in the roles you play in life. When you engage with life in this way, however, you're not really you. Instead, you're a living embodiment of what Heidegger calls the they or the one. You become trapped within norms and roles and rules that you didn't create. You tend to passively embody the societal programming that structures and makes meaningful the things that you're doing. Your social background is required for meaning. Heidegger thinks that a social environment or world must be in place for you to exist in a meaningful way or for you to live a human life as you know it. Before you ever come on the scene, deeply ingrained rituals, norms, and rules are already in place to govern how, within the human community, people see things as meaningful or significant. As a result, the very existence of a meaningful life, the kind of thing people are interested in when they ask big questions like what's the meaning of life, rely on the existence of this sort of social background. Without that background, you have no language in which to ask, or to propose answers to, those questions. When you ask, what's the meaning of life, you typically want to know how do I live? When you think about these things, you ponder whether it's right for you to be a parent, or to be a musician, or to be a carpenter and build homes. You want to know how to dispose yourself toward the world. But that world is a social one. Being a parent is a meaningful option because it has a social and cultural history. Carpentry is meaningful because of the hammers and nails, made by others, and because they're supposed to be used in certain ways for certain things. You typically don't pick up a hammer and use it to open your car door. That's not what intelligent people do. Parenting is understood as having children and enacting and being disposed to them in certain ways. That's what people do when they're parents. So when you ask those big questions about the meaning of life, you ask them while immersed within that context. You're a robot in everyday life. So who are you when you're plugged into that everyday way of living in the social world that makes things meaningful for you? When you reach for that hammer to drive in that nail, who is that hammer for? Is it for you, or is it for anyone? It's not for you as an individual. Clearly, hammers and nails, and parenthood and artistry, are roles and tools that are lying around for anyone to use. They make meaningful life possible, but they don't speak to you. When you use those tools or take on those roles, in the everyday sense, you do so as anyone. As a result, Heidegger's answer to the question who are you, in the everyday of your life, is interesting. He says, everyone is the other, and no one is himself. You use the hammer as anyone would. You parent as they do. You decide to be an artist because it's a path authorized and structured by them. Heidegger puts it this way, the they, which supplies the answer to the who of everyday Dasein, is the nobody to whom every Dasein has always already surrendered itself, in its being among one another. Yet, that sounds as weird, and as chilling, as it should. In your everyday existence, you're a bit of a robot. That's right. In your everyday mode of life, you're plugged into the world of the general public in a way that you become that faceless mass. That means that the they isn't something foreign to you. It is you. When you're within the they, doing what they do, as they do it, an odd kind of concern overtakes you, one that guides your way of interacting. It's called distantiality. Within the they, you're concerned not to stand out in any way. You seek to mirror the norms and behaviors of others, and you don't focus on cultivating differences of any kind. That's right. You're not a victim here of the they, you're the perpetrator in your everyday way of living. In your everyday life, you're a representative of the one, or the they, for others. If someone tries to do things differently, you react in a way that tries to reinforce the right norms without deviation, what one does to accomplish that, of course. You may say something or just make a facial gesture. It's important to grasp Heidegger's main point. He isn't saying that what's most basic to your existence is a you that then gets overrun by the they. Instead, the most basic aspect of your existence is the they. In the everyday, you're not an I self, you're a they self. Your most basic mode of being is a kind of robotic conformity. Still, if you want to be an individual, which we discuss in Chapter 9, this is where you must start. Your individual self must emerge from your life in the everyday. Without an everyday self to function as the backdrop, your own individuality isn't really possible. Falling away from yourself. Heidegger says that an essential part of what you are is a being in the world. This means that your concern with your own existence in life always has a worldly character. Your concern always manifests itself in your concern with your projects, roles, plans, and undertakings. However, you can easily get lost in that world, tranquilized by the chatter of the crowd or the spectacle of worldly entanglements. You get absorbed, forgetting that part of what being in the world means is choosing how to define yourself instead of relying on the crowd to choose for you. It's your existence, you can't farm it out. In an interesting passage, Heidegger notes being in the world is in itself tempting. Tempting? Why is that? Being tempted implies that there's a place you're being tempted from and then a place you're being tempted toward. If you're on a diet, you're tempted away from moderation in eating toward hitting the buffet and living it up. So what does Heidegger mean by temptation? In this chapter, we talk a lot about the immersion aspects that Heidegger stresses in his concept of being in the world, but it's essential to remember that, for Heidegger, an essential aspect of being you is being the type of entity that asks questions about your existence in life. Don't forget that. We stress it all along, but in the following sections, we flesh out some of the implications of that claim. Searching for mindness. Heidegger thinks that being concerned with how to live life, or asking what to be, is something you're always doing. Even when you're immersed entirely within the everyday, you're doing that. In the everyday, however, your concern about life is manifested in involving yourself in projects that they do, in ways that they want them done. But that's not the only possibility for you. An essential part of your existence lies in its mindness. What does that mean? Simply that your life is yours and no one else's. It means that when you ask the question what does life mean, or how should I live, you're asking a question that can be finally answered only by you as the particular being that you are. It's your life, and you have to live it. Of course, you can choose to live your life not as you but as them. Avoiding the fall. When you fall, as Heidegger puts it, you tend to find yourself in a way of engaging with the world that asks questions about life. You're still engaged with the world, after all, but you're asking them in a way that obscures your nature as mindness. You're asking, how does one live, or what do they think life means? When you do that, you're forgetting the essential question that's fundamental to what you are, which is who and what am I? Heidegger calls this difference, between asking questions about life, through living, in the mode of the they and in the mode of you yourself, the difference between being in the world, being in the midst of the world, chit-chatting your way through life. Heidegger thinks that it's normal to forget that you're an individual who should take a personal stance on how to live in the particular world you find yourself in. He thinks that when you fall, as he calls it, you tend to disengage with and step away from your own existence. He says that this can happen in two ways. Idle talk. When you engage in idle talk, you do what one does. In a way, it's like deciding to live as an embodied gossiper. You're not concerned with how well, or if at all, what one does connects to your world, or the world. Instead, you live in a way that just passes along the gossip of what one says to do by doing it and preaching it yourself. Curiosity. Curiosity is similar to what Kierkegaard, in Chapter 10, calls rotation method. It means being overly attracted to novelty and to superficial engagements with different things in the world. Instead of finding a task that's right for you and committing to it, you satisfy your curiosity by dabbling through shallow, non-risky, and non-engaged living. If you sit back and are really honest with yourself, how often do you engage in these different forms of living? Is your life engagement superficial? How immersed within what one does are you, anyway? When you're a being in the midst of the world, wow! That's one monster hyphenated term, you obscure your mindness. You start to think of what you are as being simply defined by the projects that you undertake and how they're structured by the public, by others, or by society at large. You think of yourself entirely in terms of how they dictate that things are. As a result, you don't take responsibility for deciding the direction of your own life. Heidegger says you get entangled in your concern with the world. When you're being in the midst of the world, you've lost the being part of your existence. An essential aspect of you, your individual directedness or concern, has been lost. All that's left, in a way, is the in-the-world part. Your being has fallen into the world and lost its own distinctive character. Heidegger thinks that you are intimately tied to the world, even to the everyday, but you're not identical to those things. Don't forget that a specific being is in the world. When you fall, that's what you forget. You cease to ask questions about that being's existence. Being authentic, determining the shape of your life. Heidegger's way of talking about the ways of living makes it easy to talk about the possibilities you have for being inauthentic and for being authentic. See Chapter 5 for more on authenticity in general, and see Chapter 9 for Heidegger's own take on authentic living. Though the terms sound judgmental, Heidegger insists that neither is better than the other. If anything, one term, authenticity, simply better discloses what you are as a whole being. Still, it's important, don't forget it, to realize that being inauthentic is needed if you want to be authentic. Heidegger can't be telling you to leave inauthenticity behind forever. That can't be done. At the same time, inauthenticity is the ground that makes the emergence of authenticity possible. Although the existentialists don't all agree on this topic, Heidegger insists that these categories shouldn't be understood as judgmental. You're not bad or lowly, or sinful, if you're inauthentic. And being authentic doesn't mean reaching some kind of superior state of being. Being inauthentic and authentic are both possibilities for you, so both are equally real. Instead, think of it this way: when you're authentic, you're fully disclosed in your way of living. Everything you are is laid out in full view. You embrace life in a way that takes full responsibility for what you are. You see that what one does is just one way of doing things, not the only way, so you take an active role in determining the shape of your life. Inauthentic existence tends to do the opposite. It cedes responsibility for living to others, to the they. The inauthentic try to farm out or outsource what it means to exist to the crowd. This way of living does highlight the worldly part of life, but it obscures its individual aspect. According to Heidegger, being inauthentic is perfectly natural. It's where you start. Never forget the social character of what you are. Without a social environment that makes the meaningful character of human life possible, you couldn't exist in a significant fashion. Authenticity is a way of responding to becoming too immersed, or lost, or fallen, in that social environment. But without inauthenticity, and the falling that's natural to it, you couldn't exist at all. Chapter 7. Not tonight, honey, why we need more passion in our lives. In this chapter, comprehending passion as engaged living, analyzing the key elements of engaged life, grasping the link between passion and truth, viewing Kierkegaard's attacks on the modern age. All existentialists believe that living with passion is important. Whereas most people take living with passion to mean living frantically and doing lots of impulsive things, that's not what passion means from the existential point of view. Instead, passion means living life in an intense and deliberate way, one that flows from grappling seriously with the significance and meaning of your own individual life. A core ingredient in living passionately is finding a cause or giving your life meaning. The meaning you find for your life should be one you're willing to die for, one you're willing to commit to organizing your whole life around. To be truly passionate, such a choice must also embrace a degree of mystery or uncertainty. By making these kinds of choices and commitments, you can make sure your life embodies the kind of risk that passion thrives on. Kierkegaard thinks that living a life that's passionate is directly connected with the notion of truth, suggesting that the passionate life is truth. In talking this way, Kierkegaard introduces a new notion of truth, one that differs from the typically accepted scientific version. To live truly and passionately, you have to embody your life's purpose and let it transform who you are. In this way, truth turns out to mean more than a case of intellectually acknowledging that some reality external to you matches an idea that you have of that reality. Unfortunately, not everyone lives passionately. In fact, Kierkegaard thinks that passion is hard to find in the contemporary world. Most people just want life to be easy and safe. They avoid striving and want answers about life to be handed to them. They desperately seek to avoid the anxiety that comes with grappling with their own existence. The temptations of the media didn't help matters, Kierkegaard thinks, given that they work effectively to undermine passion by distracting people from the business of real living. If Kierkegaard were alive today, no doubt he would be equally critical of the internet age for the same reasons. In this chapter, we examine all these points. We start by looking closely at what Kierkegaard means when he says that a life of passion is a life of engagement. From there, we turn to how living a life of engagement requires finding a cause to guide your life. This discussion puts us in a great position to then examine Kierkegaard's notion of truth, one that suggests that truth is properly understood as a specific way of living. Only passionate life, he said, can be said to be in the truth. Last, we examine why Kierkegaard thinks that passionate, engaged, truthful living is so difficult for us today in modern times. The present age, he says, is without passion. Seeing passion as a life of engagement. Each of us is free. Unlike other, non-human things in the world, you have the unique ability to actually take on the question of your own existence. And you can let your engagement with that question help you carve a direction for yourself through life. Who are you? What's the significance of life? Why are you alive? You're free to ask and answer these important questions. Count yourself lucky, not everything can do that. So it's up to you. You can step up to the plate and start swinging, asking the big questions and deciding how to create the direction of your own life, or you can just stand around and watch the balls go by. It's your decision. The existentialists say, swing away. Living passionately means taking the questions, and your responsibility in answering them, seriously. You have to take your life seriously and engage with it. Wrestle with it. Look it squarely in the eye. A life of engaged passion reveals at least two qualities. A passionate life emphasizes how you go about living and not what you end up actually doing. Living passionately means cultivating a bond with your own life that doesn't approach it as a problem to be solved, but as a relationship that you need to involve yourself in and remain open to. In this section, we discuss these issues in depth. We discuss the importance of cultivating your freedom, which means making use of your ability to not only ask about the meaning of your own life, but also use the answers you come up with to fashion the future course of your life. This way of living displays passion, a way of approaching life that's truly committed to caring about the actual quality of your existence. Freedom reveals the individual. It's not surprising that Kierkegaard, as an existentialist, thinks freedom is an essential part of being a person. You're different from the non-human creatures that surround you, so the way in which you approach your own life should be seen as different from the way animals approach theirs. You should strive to live not as an animal but as a human, as the free creature you are. One aspect of freedom involves the capacity for autonomous self-movement and self-directed behavior. Cats and cows aren't capable of that independence because they're purely natural beings. In other words, their behavior is always determined by worldly facts. What this distinction highlights is the fact that the physical composition of a cat, the environment the cat is in, and the natural laws that govern the world of the cat all work together to uniquely determine what the cat does at each moment of its life. The cat isn't free. Think of arranging a series of dominoes in a row. Knocking over the first causes a chain reaction so that the rest fall, one by one, until the last one does. That's how the behavior of non-human objects works. The conditions in the natural world at one instant cause the conditions in the next instant, which cause the conditions in the next, and so on. Seen in this way, non-human objects, being entirely natural in composition, don't make choices, they're not free. Even when an animal such as a cat appears to be making choices, like seeming to decide of its own free will to get up and walk over to its food bowl, its life is really just a complicated string of falling dominoes. At each moment the cat is doing what its biology and its environment dictate. We admit it, you're a natural being too. Sometimes your movements are dictated by factors in the physical natural world. If you fall in the ocean and can't swim, you'll drown. If you touch an electric fence, you'll jump backward and shriek in pain. But you're not like the cat or the cow, whose behaviors are always explainable in these worldly ways. Instead, the existentialists think that there are always instances in which you can be self-moving. When you lift your arm, it raises up because you decide to lift it. For the existentialists, this intentional action isn't the result of some set of environmental conditions in the world. When you do act intentionally, which includes deciding how you face up to your impending future, your actions are up to you alone and nothing else. Of course, your freedom to choose how to act in the present and face the future has limitations placed on it by the world you live in. If you're very fat, you won't be able to run very fast. But you can always make the choice to lose weight so as to run faster, even if you'll still encounter an upper limit on just how fast you're able to run. Sorry, you'll never outrun that cheetah. The unique nature of your freedom shows that although you do live in the world and are subject to its influences, you also transcend the world because you are not determined by it, as the cat is. Of course, when the existentialists say transcend, they don't mean that you float above the world like a disembodied spirit. They just mean that you can rise above the physical cause and effect explanations that seem to govern non-human things. We talk more about Kierkegaard's view of this topic in Chapter 10. Because freedom is an essential part of what you are, it's a facet of your existence that you must cultivate if you are to live in an honest, truthful, or authentic way. You must be true to this special aspect of what you are. This cultivation requires that you take the question of how to face your future and your existence very seriously. Cultivating a sense of passion. It's centrally important that you embrace the kind of existence that's proper and specific to you, one that has freedom at its core. Face it, unlike cats and cows and tables and chairs, you're not a passive object. You're an active subject. Living with passion means embracing your subjectivity. When you succeed in embracing your nature as a subject, you cultivate passion. What does passionate life look like? Most people mistake passion with reckless impulsiveness. For them, living passionately means living life to the fullest by going to lots of parties, skydiving, and bungee jumping from bridges. Now don't get the wrong impression, the existentialists aren't against fun. Bungee jumping can take place in a passionate life. But activities of that sort don't define passion. In fact, passion isn't something you can necessarily say a person has by simply looking at him and watching what he does. Passion isn't an externality, it centers on a kind of focus and intensity, a type of deliberateness about how you go about things. Kierkegaard calls it inwardness. To Kierkegaard, passionate people are inward because they strive to be and to exist as subjects and not as objects. An object is passive in its existence because it has no choice about how it exists. It does what its world dictates that it do. Objects like rocks or cats don't take on the question of their own existence, or how to face their future, because they can't, they don't have the ability. A subject is active in its existence due to its capacity to choose how to exist or how to face its future. Subjects can direct themselves and can interact with the question of what it means to exist. Unlike objects, they can decide for themselves how to be in the world. Passionate people take their very existence seriously. In cultivating their passion, they seek to develop their subjectivity, or existence as a subject. When you immerse yourself within subjectivity, you exhibit a deep sense of care about who you are, about the way in which you exist. You realize that you've been handed a gift, the power of self-determination, and you use it. Passionate people are purposeful. Their sense of care about their own existence creates an intensity in them, a level of depth not seen in people who simply go with the flow. You may think passionate people sound pretty grim because they're so serious about life. Not so. What is true is that passionate people recognize that each decision they make plays a role in determining who they become. Because they care about themselves, they refuse to treat their lives in trivial ways. For them, not being passionate about life is what sounds grim. It's not what you do but how you do it. One way to understand passionate life is to draw the distinction between living as a participator and living as a detached observer. For a participator, living a full life is more about how actions occur. For the observer, living a full life is about what gets done. Passion participates rather than observes. Imagine that a person saves a child from being hit by a car. A question arises, what's important here, ethically? Is it that the person saved the child or how he came about doing it? For some people, all that matters is that the child was saved. They focus on what occurs as ethically meaningful. Similarly, for some people, living to the fullest or living meaningfully always means doing things. Did you do this? Did you do that? Did you go to the party? Did you ride on the roller coaster at the park? The answer to whether a person really lived a full life always comes down to something that anyone can see from the outside. If you want to know whether you yourself are living passionately, you can do so by floating above your body and just watching yourself to see whether you are doing the right things. For the non-passionate observer, whether Bob lives a full life, or a meaningful or significant life, can be determined by following Bob around all his life and just observing what he does. Existentialists like Kierkegaard disagree with this non-passionate observer. Passionate life isn't just about doing certain things. What's missing is engagement. People centrally concerned simply with what a person does, Kierkegaard says, have forgotten what it means to exist, and what inwardness signifies. To really exist requires engagement. Think about the child rescue example again. Some people focus on what action is performed, but others focus on how that action took place. Maybe the person saved the child but did it for a reward only. For some, this way of coming at the action rules it out as ethical, regardless of what the action does, as seen from the outside. According to these people, ethical importance is centrally determined by how the action is carried out. Kierkegaard's point about living a full life is similar. How you come at life is important. Are you resolute in your living? Does your action flow from a deep commitment to being a certain kind of individual? Does it fill you with a sheer excitement about life? These questions are integral for existentialists. In other words, how something is done matters. In fact, for Kierkegaard, the how is always more important than the what. Note that this principle opens a tremendous number of possibilities for you. Because living a full life isn't restricted to doing a certain set of actions, figuring out what path to follow is up to you. At that point, existentialists are concerned with how you pursue it. So it's important to remember that it's up to you to figure out what path, out of all the ones possible for you, to take. After you choose that path, the existentialists urge you to pursue it with passion and engagement, with the fire of lived intensity. Truly passionate life finds a cause. Your co-authors like to think that existentialists believe in the importance of cultivating a beautiful relationship with your own life. Like all meaningful relationships, that's not easy to do. Beautiful relationships take work. First things first. You must find a cause to be engaged in through living. This means that you must grapple with existence and figure out how to approach it. In a way, you must find your existential calling. You must continually try to determine how to live in a way best suited to your individual self and the very concrete world you find yourself in. Because the integrity of your very existence is at stake, this cause must be something that you are willing to die and live for. Anything less disrespects your own relationship with life and cheapens it by refusing to treat it with the seriousness that comes with real passion. Finding an ideal or cause that's worth living, or dying, for also requires taking a position on your own existence that embraces mystery and risk. The more your position on life or your commitment is understandable, the less mysterious it is and, as a result, the safer it is. Instead, you have to take big chances in staking out your existence, because that's what life expects from you. Playing it safe with your life is really just waiting around to die. To the existentialists, that is depressing and grim. For the existentialists, a passionate life includes not only committing resolutely to a path you're willing to die for, but also doing so in a way that embraces the fact that you can never be sure that you picked the right road to tread. As a result, passionate living means opening yourself to the vulnerabilities of life. You realize that life is, in a way, bigger than you are. You'll never be able to truly figure it all out or have it under your control. Passionate life is intense, it's committed, it's risky, and it's vulnerable, open to the mysteries of existence and of life. Your cause should express your life. Cultivating a beautiful relationship with your own existence requires you to choose a direction in life that expresses your individuality. No two people can share such a direction. Because passion requires that you express your own freedom and subjectivity, you must revolt against allowing your choices and projects to flow from any influences outside your individual nature. At the most basic level, being passionate means being very aware of the very particular, concrete world that you live in. Living passionately means putting your foot down and saying, this is the way I will respond to my world. Each of us is faced with this demand at each moment of our lives. Most of us try to avoid facing up to it. Instead, we let those in different situations, or even the crowd, choose how we live. When you do that, your life is no longer an individual expression. Instead, your cause, if it deserves that name, reflects them, the others. You know the drill. You go to work for a certain company and marry such and such a person. You do your best to avoid this or that belief or behavior because doing otherwise would upset the larger group you have similarities with. Why does this happen? Well, maybe it's your parents you want to mirror. Maybe it's your town. It doesn't matter why you conform or to whom. What's important to remember is that the fastest way to destroy passion and begin merely observing life is to treat yourself in this way. When this happens, you become existentially undignified. You're a subject, but you refuse to treat yourself as one. Instead, you treat yourself as a passionless object. When you allow what's external to you to determine your existence, you step out of the driver's seat and become a passenger. Maybe you're even in the proverbial back seat of your own life. When co-author Chris was a kid, he was forced to play softball in gym class. He didn't feel comfortable playing because he was afraid he'd be bad at it. So when it was his turn to be up at bat, he would just stand there, never swing, and strike out. The coach would yell at him, "Chris, are you gonna swing the bat or just be a looker?" Coach's existential message was clear: if you don't swing, you strike out anyway. Being on the field and just watching isn't playing the game. You may as well swing and throw yourself totally into it while you're at it. Give it your best shot. You may miss, but you'll always be engaged with the game. In sports, this mindset is called heart. In existentialism, it's called passion. It's up to you to step up to the plate. You don't have any choice. You're on the field of life, and you can't get off, well, unless you commit suicide, and that seems like the wrong alternative to us. See Chapter 5 for Camus' view on suicide. If you start swinging by striving to express your own individual nature, you'll be plugged into the world in an exhilarating, though scary, way. Of course, the alternative is to stand at the plate and watch the balls go by, allowing others to make your decisions for you, perhaps because you're afraid of striking out. Yeah, it's easy. It's safe. But it displays no passion. No heart. No excellence. You should commit to a cause worth dying for. Kierkegaard puts it succinctly: the thing is to find a truth which is true for me, to find the idea for which I can live and die. Although living with zest or living life to the fullest is often an excuse for living fast or partying a lot, it's really about the need to find a reason to live that you're ready to stake your life on. If you pick any lesser goal, you're just playing at being serious about your life. Your relationship to existence, or to your life, isn't beautiful, it's undignified. Try this yourself. An honesty quiz. Don't put off the question of intense living. Right now, put this book down and ask, what's the overarching goal that gives meaning to my life? Ask yourself a few questions. What's your aim in life? In other words, what's the most important thing in life to you? What's the one thing that seems to give meaning and purpose to all the things in your life? Now ask yourself whether you're willing to die for this cause or ideal. If your answer is no, ask yourself, am I really living? Or am I merely persisting and going through the motions? Am I just sitting around waiting to die? If your answer is yes, ask yourself, is my life organized intentionally around that goal and cause? Or is it disorganized, sometimes in accordance with that goal and sometimes not? If it's disorganized, doesn't living life to the fullest mean doing something about that? Dealing with such questions doesn't make you morbid, it makes you intentional and purposive. A person who succeeds at living in the face of death this way truly deserves to have on his tombstone the words "I lived." People often ask, is that worth dying for, when they want to know whether something is really worth the kind of time and commitment the goal requires. The question is fundamentally serious and important, perhaps the most important one you can ask about proposed paths in life. Face it, you will die. Assume that just before you die, you have the chance to look back on what you did in your life and reflect so as to take stock of what you've become. You want to be able to say that your life, or the way in which you engaged with the world, was worth living so that you can embrace your quickly approaching death. Many times, people fritter away their choices and time, as the old Pink Floyd song Time suggests, ignoring the fact that they'll die. When they behave this way, their lives start to lack cohesion and unity, they become superficial and lack intensity. We talk more about the importance of embracing death, and even the aforementioned Pink Floyd song, in Chapter 9. But you will die, whether you ignore death or not. You have to face up to that. Your life is made up of a finite number of moments, which means you can't do everything. When you choose one option, the other options are gone forever. There are no mulligans in life. At the end, you simply die, and your time to pick paths and roads ends abruptly. If life, as we mentioned earlier, is about swinging the bat and trying to connect with the ball, passion requires keeping death in view and realizing the importance of your present choices. That means realizing this may be your last time at the plate, so swing for the fences. Perhaps the character Andy in the movie The Shawshank Redemption puts it best: get busy living or get busy dying. Of course, this same saying is in the Bob Dylan song It's Alright Ma, I'm Only Bleeding, in which the lyrics read, he not busy being born is busy dying. Dylan and Andy have the same message: playing it safe with little goals you aren't willing to die for isn't the way to go about living. It's the way to be dead while you're alive. Choices must include mystery and risk. Cultivating a passionate relationship with your own existence requires making commitments you are willing to die for. It also requires you to make choices whose significance and worth can't be definitely established. This means embracing mystery and uncertainty into the core of your life. Because nothing less important than the meaning you place in existence hangs in the balance, because you never know whether the path you choose is the right one, it means taking the greatest risks and not playing it safe. Think of a relationship with a loved one. Romantic relationships contain lots of mysterious elements. After all, you're dealing with a person, not a thing. And when you're dealing with people, you can never say you know them completely. Who knows? You can never know whether things will work out as you planned. After all, relationships are composed of free subjects, so you can't determine what will happen. Maybe this person will change tomorrow unexpectedly, and all the years you spent in the relationship will seem wasted. That's why relationships are risky. To enter into a relationship in a meaningful way, you have to take a chance. After all, you can't fully control a meaningful relationship. You have to give yourself over to the uncertainty that passionate relationships harbor so as to truly experience that relationship. You should approach your existence in the same way. Much as you try to accumulate evidence in favor of your choices about how to live your life, you can never know for sure that you made the right decision. The existentialists believe that there's nothing external to you that you can use to see whether your choices are actually meaningful or significant. That task is yours alone. As a result, an element of mystery always comes with trying to figure out how you should engage with your own life. The kinds of big questions about life just don't have clear-cut answers. Doing math may be black and white, but asking about the meaning of life, or how you should live, seems to have a lot of gray in it. In fact, the farther you seem to dig into the significance of life, the more perplexing it seems to become. Try this yourself. How do you love truth? The German writer Gotthold Lessing, 1721–1781, once introduced an interesting dilemma: what if God offered you a choice? In his right hand, he would have all truth, and in his left hand, he would have only the capacity to strive for truth, coupled with the possibility for error. You simply need to choose one hand. If God were to present you with this question, which hand would you choose? Lessing suggested that he would choose the left hand. From an existentialist's perspective, choosing the right hand means choosing an existential death. In possessing all truth, you would destroy the very possibility of existing as a human being, an existence that requires the kind of passionate striving that includes mystery and the kind of risk that comes along with it. To know all truth would be to control existence, but at the cost of losing all passion for life. You would become forever detached from the business of actual living. This doesn't mean you shouldn't ask questions, quite the opposite. After all, you're grappling with your existence here. But you shouldn't ask or pursue those questions with the intention of controlling existence and shaking the right answers out of it so that you can feel more confident in the way you live. David Hume, a famous 18th-century philosopher, once said about life that the whole is a riddle, an enigma, an inexplicable mystery. Camus, whom we talk about in Chapter 5, feels strongly that doctrines that explain everything to me also debilitate me at the same time. Camus' great point captures what we're saying. He feels offended by the desire to explain everything about life, because such explanations would relieve him, as he put it, of the weight of my own life. Mystery and risk are what give life that weight, they're the fuel from which the fire of passion burns. As 20th-century existentialist Gabriel Marcel once put it, don't think of life as a problem that needs to be solved. That's not what it means to be in a relationship with life. Instead, it's what it means to be in a confrontation with life. It's hostility. How to live life isn't a puzzle that you try to conquer. Instead, life is something you need to strive to be, to get involved with. Face it, your relationship with life is the most intense bond you'll ever have. Figure out how to cultivate that relationship in just the right way. Treat life with the respect that it deserves. The more you do this, the more you'll become open to your own existence. Of course, this openness means being shaken by the fundamentally insecure position you find yourself in as a chooser. Basically, living passionately means choosing to be vulnerable in the face of your own life. It means recognizing the insecurity that surrounds your life choices, but also recognizing that those choices still need to be made with solid resolution and committed force. If you think about it, isn't that what all truly passionate relationships turn out to be? Truth is passionate living. For existentialists, embracing a passionate existence is important. It means finding an individual direction for yourself that reflects your own particularity. This direction must retain a maximum appreciation for the mystery of life. As a result, choosing it means taking a significant risk with your life. Kierkegaard, however, goes further. He also makes the more radical claim that if a person succeeds in engaging with life in a passionate way, that person exists in the truth. This statement takes the discussion of passion to a new level. Is Kierkegaard being metaphorical? Can a way of living, separate from what is done, be related to truth? Seeing what he means requires analyzing the notion of truth in general. From there, you can see that just as a notion of truth exists for objects, Kierkegaard thinks that a notion of truth applicable to subjects is appropriate as well. Kierkegaard's claim that passion and truth are connected leads him to rethink truth as a matter of appropriation. This means that for something to be true, you must make it your own, an active way of approaching truth very different from the common notion that sees truth as something discovered. Due to his specific way of understanding truth, Kierkegaard also argues that immersion in the crowd, which lacks passion and appropriation, is really what he called untruth. What is truth? Most people would agree that striving doggedly for truth is important. But what's truth? At the most basic, common sense suggests that truth looks like a special kind of representing. Specifically, you say that if X is true, what X represents truly exists. Representation is easy to understand. For one item, X, to represent another item, Y, is to say that X stands in for Y. For example, a map of New York represents what the map is supposed to be about, New York, when it accurately depicts the actual distances between fixtures in the actual landscape, when the roads on the map accurately represent the real highways, and so on. In such circumstances, most people are willing to say that the map stands in for the actual landscape of New York, and so is true. Most of the time, people use truth to talk about sentences, which are like maps in a way. When someone says, "The moon circles the earth," he makes a claim about objective reality or about what things are. What makes the sentence true is objective reality itself. Is the situation in the objective world just like the sentence says it is? In other words, does the moon really circle the earth? If it does, the sentence is true; if it doesn't, it's false. Note, however, that this way of talking about truth seems to deal exclusively with objects, or with what things are. For most inquiries, this kind of truth, dealing with what things are, or what Kierkegaard calls objective truth, is perfectly appropriate. Most of the time, you want to know whether the tornado heading this way is big or whether the water is boiling. In these cases, all you want to know is whether the sentences you are using map onto the world around you. Whether an objective truth exists doesn't require any personal involvement on your part. Being detached from the situation doesn't create a problem. For example, claiming that water is boiling is true can be verified by observing, in this case, visually, whether the object, the water, referred to in the sentence really has those properties, boiling. If so, the statement is true. What would your involvement add? After all, if the water is boiling, that's true independently of you. So the issues of you and your life and the existence of objective truths about things are entirely separate from one another. Most of the time, people want this separation to be the case. Think of science. Science is supposed to give you knowledge about the truths of the world that you live in. You don't want those truths to depend on the existence of the scientists or on anyone in particular. If chemical XYZ is bad for your health, you want that to be a fact that's independent of the personal existence of everyone. You want it to be a brute, impersonal truth you can count on. But think this belief through for a moment. If one kind of truth pertains to the existence of objects, does another kind of truth pertain to the existence of subjects, subjective truth? If so, truth can actually exist in a way that's completely independent of science. Because subjects are defined by how they exist, a notion of subjective truth would have to take the engagement of the person into question. As such, these truths wouldn't be independent of you because their very existence would require your own deep involvement in the world. Truth is subjective. Most people are positivists, which means that they accept one kind of truth, the kind that science prizes. If science can't authenticate something, positivists say, it's not worth talking about because it's just nonsense. The existentialists, however, reject positivism. Instead, they claim that the way that we talk actually reveals that we believe in another type of truth, which Kierkegaard calls subjective truth. These truths relate to the kind of how, subjective, existence that human beings possess as living, engaging subjects. The existentialists think that when we say that we must dedicate our lives to truth, subjective truth is what we really mean. To highlight the two different kinds of truth, it's helpful to think about the different ways that you use the verb know. The connection between knowing and truth is a tight one. If you say that you know something, you mean that you are in some way connected to the truth about that item. Different ways of knowing imply different types of truth. With this in mind, think about these two ways the verb is used. You claim that you know that God is X, Y, or Z. You claim that you know God. What's the difference? In the first example, you know that God is this or that. Perhaps you know that God is good, or that God is all-powerful, or something of that sort. You're claiming that some sentence like God is X is true because what it claims exists externally to you. If God is omniscient, for example, that's truth independent of you and independent of whether you know it to be true. How do you come to know these kinds of truths? The method is pretty straightforward. You look at the sentence and then you look at the object. You notice through distanced observation that they match. The form of distanced observation can differ, perhaps you use logic or reason, or perhaps you simply use your eyesight. In the end, you as a subject have nothing to do with whether the sentence is in fact true. Now think about the second use of the verb know, which is very different from the first. When you say you know God, you are not implying that you are comparing sentences with objects and seeing whether they match. Instead, you're claiming that you are in a relationship with God, that you're involved with God in some way. Knowing God in this sense has a meaning like living life intimately with God as your co-pilot or something very much like it. Knowing God means letting God inform the way that you live. Clearly, this kind of truth isn't independent of you. So what does truth mean in this second sense? Instead of comparing sentences to objects, subjective truth compares ways of coming at life with existence itself. As Kierkegaard puts it, what is truth, but to live for an idea? As such, for a subject to exist in the truth means to have a cause or ideal worth dying for and to passionately engage with life through it. When your ideal is worth dying for, and when you're related to it in the right way, truth is embodied in the way that you live your life. Kierkegaard uses a great example to explain how this principle works. He says that the pagan who prays passionately to a false god shows more truth than the Christian who prays falsely to his real God. As a Christian himself, Kierkegaard is making a powerful point. To live for an idea is to dedicate your life to it in a passionate sense. The pagan is living for his idea, even if the idea itself doesn't match anything in reality. In the case of the false Christian, his idea is of something that really exists, according to Kierkegaard, but the way he's living isn't true to what it means to have that idea. The false Christian has no true relationship to God or to his own existence, because he has the wrong relationship to the idea in question. The pagan has the right relationship to his existence, living in a way that's true to the ideal, whereas the Christian doesn't. As a result, one lives in truth and the other in untruth. Recall Kierkegaard's distinction about truth. Praying to a God whom you believe exists but who doesn't transform your identity isn't to live in truth. Truthful existence is the kind of living that's literally transformed by what it engages with. Praying to a false God who does transform you is living in truth. The false Christian has no transforming relationship to his God as an ideal, so it never touches him. Do you agree with Kierkegaard? If you had a choice between believing in the wrong ideas faithfully and truly, and believing in the right ideas falsely, which would you choose? Most people would likely choose the second option, thinking that objective truth is more important than subjective truth. What about you? The paradox of living in truth. Kierkegaard claims that truth is a paradox, dilemma or puzzle. Although Kierkegaard's notion of paradox varies, one version of it is this: although a person who lives in truth cares deeply about the actual objective reality of what he believes in, he isn't motivated to engage with it for the purpose of gaining external assurances that it really exists. A tough way to live. Kierkegaard is clear that subjective truth deals only with what he calls essential truths about your own personal existence, such as morality and religion. Subjective truths concern the questions and issues surrounding walking the right path in life. Living in the truth, however, requires an interesting mix of states internal to the person in question. For one, to be passionate about an ideal means wanting that ideal to correspond to something in reality. If you believe in God, you want God to actually exist. Passionate people don't dismiss such concerns, they take them very seriously. This intense gravity and seriousness that attach to life choices cause them to spark anxiety in you. After all, you want there to be a real aspect to what you devote your life to, don't you? No one wants to pursue a non-existent fiction. At the same time, living in the truth means not being motivated to pursue that idea on the basis of objective evidence or proofs. In fact, Kierkegaard is adamant about one thing: the more you can prove the objective reality of your ideal, the less passion you attach to it, and the less it seems worth pursuing. As a result, the more assured you are about the objective truth of the ideal, the less subjective truth will be embodied by pursuing it. Similarly, the more you pursue evidence for your ideal, the more it will appear that you lack passion about it. Thus lies the heart of one sense of paradox at the core of subjective truth. Living in the truth or with passion requires firmly embracing and committing to ideals that you keep in a state of uncertainty. Passion requires not knowing whether that ideal is objectively true. As Kierkegaard puts it, passion and the paradox fit each other perfectly. Here, you see Kierkegaard's attempt to link a dimension of truth to his requirement that a truly passionate life requires uncertainty and risk. Truth and passion require mystery. Making truth yours alone. When you find ways to address the question of how to live and commit to those ways passionately, you live in truth. But what specifically makes such a life a true one? It can't be that what makes your path true is the presence of evidence for it. Kierkegaard thinks passion requires embracing the uncertainty of what you pursue. Instead, he thinks you must make the truth yours alone by appropriating it and allowing it to transform your identity and your life. In a famous quotation, Kierkegaard says, "Here is such a definition of truth, an objective uncertainty held fast in an appropriation process of the most passionate inwardness is the truth, the highest truth attainable by the individual. Truth is the holding fast of an objective uncertainty. That part is easy enough, it just means that you embrace the lack of certainty that what your ideal or idea corresponds to objectively exists." But how do you hold that uncertainty fast in an appropriation process? To see what he means, we need to distinguish two ways that Kierkegaard thinks people can approach a truth. He calls them approximation, the method of knowing that's characteristic of objective, scientific truths about things. Appropriation, the method of knowing that's characteristic of subjective, essential truths about your own personal existence. Approximation, the scientific route. Suppose that you approach your ideal through approximation. You've looked at all the rational reasons why living by such an ideal makes sense, and you've accumulated evidence in its favor. You know it's not certain, but you think the evidence is compelling. You have enough evidence to feel confident about pursuing your ideal. In fact, with each new piece of evidence you collect, you take yourself to be closer and closer to the truth. This is approximation. The problem with this method, Kierkegaard thinks, is that it treats truth as something external to you. Whether you take your ideal to be true depends on evidence, and evidence is public and common. And that means the truth of that idea isn't reliant upon you at all. Anybody who sees the evidence should be convinced of its truth. Essentially, the motivation to pursue this ideal doesn't need to come from you. But if the truth of that idea or the motivation to pursue it doesn't depend on you, how can you be passionate about it? Essentially, Kierkegaard's claim is that the better the evidence gets, the less the truth is yours and the less it can function as the object of your passion. Think about it. How excited do you get about the fact that water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit? Probably not very. Well, it is objectively true, so why not? It's clear, certain objective truths just don't inspire a whole lot of passion in us. Because of this problem, Kierkegaard insists that the approximate route to truth is a dead end when it comes to dealing with the personal questions central to your existence. This conclusion shouldn't surprise you. When you turn to approximation to deal with personal questions about life and about existence, it's clear that you don't want to be deeply involved in the issue of your ideal's truth. That would be too risky and would put too much responsibility on you. Turning to approximation shows a lack of courage. You don't want risk or mystery. You want assurance from the outside that your choices are the right ones. You want life to make sense. You want your existence to yield to reason. Appropriation, the existential route. Do yourself a favor. If you're going to use the method of approximation, save it for when you buy a new saw or for when you need medical advice. When it comes to choosing the ideals to live your life by, use appropriation instead. Instead of seeking evidence and proof to determine the truth of your ideal, recognize that really living your life requires that the truth be yours alone and that your motivation for pursuing it come from you, not from public evidence. The only way to make a truth your own is to embrace it through sheer commitment and inward passion. You need to make the decision to embrace this ideal with all you are. To embrace an objective uncertainty in appropriation means to live the truth, to make a leap of faith, and to commit to something not justified or grounded in evidence. That's the leap, after all. You must leap over the uncertainty that opens between you and your idea. You must leap over it and bridge the gap between the two through a willed, passionate commitment. Through the leap, you forge that ideal into a central component of your whole existence. The ideal becomes part of what you are and so becomes true through your way of embodying it and letting it shape your life. Essentially, although scientific truths have to be discovered through approximation, subjective truths are created through appropriation. Be honest. Haven't you had moments like this, even if they were brief? Didn't you feel real at such moments? As though only at that moment you really began to exist and to live? As though you finally had truth on your side? For the existentialists, only during such times are you a true embodiment of what it means to be an authentic person. In appropriation, you've given up the attempt to make life easy and understandable. You're forging ahead into the world of the unknown, truly blazing a path of your own. The crowd is untruth. Kierkegaard writes, there is a view of life which holds that where the crowd is, the truth is also, that it's a need in truth itself, that it must have the crowd on its side. The existentialists, and most reasonable people, if you ask us, are fiercely opposed to crowd-driven conformity. Sadly, most people don't act until they know what the crowd thinks. For them, the crowd is truth. For Kierkegaard, it's the opposite, the crowd is untruth. In arguing against conformity, Kierkegaard points out St. Paul's suggestion in the Bible that only one receives the prize. Although St. Paul's meaning is clearly religious, you can take Kierkegaard's point in a more general way, having nothing to do with the Highlander TV series. By the way, existentialism isn't about cutting off people's heads. Kierkegaard suggests that living authentically, or living in truth, can occur only to an individual. Passionately living life to the fullest can't occur for a person as a member of a group because in the crowd, you aren't an individual. As a result, the prize must be claimed outside the hands of the crowd. To win it, you must face existence alone. As we explain in the next few sections, Kierkegaard has some reasons for thinking that crowd dwellers are forever losers in the game of life. The crowd believes only what's authorized by many. The logical fallacy, form of bad reasoning, known as the appeal to the people, occurs when you suggest that something is true because a majority of people believe it's true. Although clearly problematic, the earth isn't flat even if lots of people say it is. Kierkegaard is more concerned with the way of approaching life that this fallacy embodies. Specifically, crowd dwelling requires a detachment from your own life. The crowd dweller avoids, mostly due to fear, grappling with how to respond to the very concrete and particular situations he lives through. The crowd dweller doesn't want to take on the risk of embracing an individual path. Instead, he detaches from his own existence and seeks to express what's common to everyone's experiences, losing touch with his own particular life. What he does and his motivation for pursuing it aren't his own. The crowd embraces anonymity. As you detach from the realities of your own individual life and seek to submerge yourself within the crowd, you begin to live as a shadow without real substance. Your desire to live as an expression of everyone means you reject the need to be a particular person with a particular name. You take no positions on existence that reveal you as an individual chooser. As a face in the crowd, you're successfully hidden and anonymous. When you do take positions, you simulate living by taking on false commitments as a group member. For example, you don't commit to fidelity to your spouse, good Christians do. Simulated life is like the life that you watch an actor portray on stage. The actor is playing a role. The actor isn't committed as an individual to what he's doing. When you do things as good Christians do or as good fathers do, you're play acting through life. As an individual, you don't exist. The crowd is cowardice and false courage. Individual existence requires great courage. You have to stand on your own 2 feet and face up to the mysteries and risk involved in making your own decisions about living. After you're safely hidden within the group, your choices can't be risky, because everyone understands and approves them. Best of all, if your choices don't work out, everyone is at fault, and all can share the blame. If you want to live in the crowd, you need a few skills. You need to be good at appeasing those around you. You have to make them feel good about themselves. You need to be a good social chameleon, to be sure your way of acting assures others that you are one of them. If that means moving from one belief or behavior to another in different situations, do it. You need to become what the ancient Greeks called a sophist. Sophists were notoriously uninterested in truth and cared more about persuasion and rhetoric. Socrates lived as an anti-sophist, and he paid the ultimate price for doing it. Socrates avoided crowds and preferred to speak only to individuals. He felt, as Kierkegaard did, that truth wasn't in the domain of the crowd but belonged only to individuals. In fact, Socrates felt that individuals needed to free themselves from the crowd's alleged wisdom and learn to approach existence truthfully. In spurning the crowd in this way, he made lots of enemies, some of whom put him to death on false charges. In fact, in his defense trial, described in Plato's Apology, Socrates told the Athenian assembly, the crowd that would judge him, that he would not treat them in the ways crowds like to be treated. He told them that he would not flatter them and play to their cowardice. As Kierkegaard puts it, in the crowd each individual contributes his share of cowardice to the cowardice which is the crowd. Of course, although the crowd is cowardice, within it people quickly acquire a false feeling of courage. No wonder, within the crowd, people become willing to carry out actions that they otherwise may not. Think of a crowd riot. Although it's possible that no one person has the courage to riot, you can hide behind your anonymity as a crowd dweller and avoid the consequences of your actions. In your hidden form, you've become unaccountable. You draw a false strength from your invisibility and from the sheer numbers around you. Performing an action when everyone's in it together is easy, performing an action in isolation and in full view, when everyone knows it's you, is really living. Real courage comes from within, not from without. If risk, mystery, passion, and devoted commitment to a path that gives expression to one's individual existence are what mark living in truth, living in the crowd is clearly the sign of untruth. You must take the business of individual existence seriously. The more people who are around, the harder getting down to that business in a meaningful way will be. Why modern life drains you of passion. To Kierkegaard, the present age, the world of his time, and our own, had lost its fire and passion. Unlike the more revolutionary times of past, the present age prefers the easy life. Those within it look for ways to distract themselves from the difficulties of engaging meaningfully with existence. One of the focuses of Kierkegaard's attack on the modern age is the printed media. Through it, he feels, people are tempted to become part of the larger abstraction known as the crowd or the public. The main concern is that the media entices people to become superficially involved in trivial issues distant from their own lives. Because passionate people are deeply engaged with the concrete lives of their own circumstances, these temptations drain you of your engagement with your own particular life. As a consequence, they help make you dispassionate, phony, and shallow. To end this chapter, we look at whether Kierkegaard's attack on the media, and his attack on the modern age, would be extended to the internet age that we live in. We're pretty sure it would have. The present age is so dull. Kierkegaard is convinced, and Nietzsche too, check out chapter 11, that people are living in an age of putrid mediocrity. In the present age, people don't want to live, instead, they want to feel as though they're living. The present age is attracted to simulation. In short, the present age loves play acting about life and therefore enjoys self-deceptive fantasies about life. What could be duller or staler? In his criticism of modern times, Kierkegaard draws a distinction between two different approaches to life. He calls one the present age, which is the modern period, and the other the revolutionary age. Kierkegaard says that the revolutionary age is marked by a devotion to subjectivity, a commitment to action, a willingness to embrace great passion, a cultivation of risk and danger. The revolutionary age is one that's deeply rooted in subjectivity and truth, which we discuss earlier in the chapter. In the revolutionary age, people take their existences seriously. They take chances with their lives. They make ambitious plans and live them out, and the people around those who live this way applaud them. Passionate people in a revolutionary age are exemplars. One way to think of the revolutionary age is to think of the Klingons in the TV series Star Trek. The Klingons are a warrior race dedicated to fighting battles. Every day they seek out danger, trying to constantly push the envelope. When they die, others sing songs of remembrance, testaments to their right, and true, way of living. Klingons don't fear death. To them, it's a necessary part of living. Their motto, "Today is a good day to die." Not in the present age. According to Kierkegaard, people in the present age adore objectivity and science, endless deliberation but no decision-making, safety as opposed to danger, appearance and not reality. In the present age, people like to feel alive but don't want to make the kinds of decisions needed to really live that way. Kierkegaard says that in the present age, people meet and plan rebellions, deliberating furiously over details about what should go into the revolutionary document. Tired, they call it a day and go home to dinner feeling as though they've done something, as though they actually participated in a rebellion. Maybe they'll do it all over again tomorrow. People in the present age love science and reason and don't trust themselves to make decisions about how to live. They spend lots of time in the self-help section of the bookstore, looking for those how-to books that tell them how to live their lives correctly. Essentially, they dedicate themselves to the pursuit of distraction because it gives the illusion that they're actually doing something when they're always really standing still. To use another Star Trek analogy, the present age would love the holodeck. In the Star Trek universe, the holodeck is a computer simulation that allows you to live any kind of experience you want, no matter how dangerous, at no actual risk to yourself. You can simulate dangerous life at no cost. In the revolutionary age, people actually did the things the present age plays out in the holodeck. In the present age, people who simulate life effectively are seen as smart. They exhibit good sense by playing it safe. To those in the present age, those seen in the revolutionary age as exemplars are really total idiots. Kierkegaard's attack on the media. Living with passion is a central existentialist concern. Of course, one way to erode passion, life in the crowd, will always exist as a possibility in the world you live in. However, as technology increases, the ability and pressure to incorporate yourself into the crowd becomes harder and harder to avoid. Technology makes the crowd more and more a part of the everyday world so that it's no longer something you have to seek out. Kierkegaard is very worried about the growing presence of the printed media, because he sees them as the voice of the crowd or the public. Before the media's emergence, the influence and temptation of the crowd were limited to word of mouth. The size of the crowd was limited to the number of people who could congregate. But the printed press allows the crowd to reach out to and pull in even more people into its clutches through the media. The main issue Kierkegaard has with the media is their ability to serve as a temptation to detach from actual lived existence. Think about it. Newspapers, television shows, and talk radio tempt you to superficially involve yourself in topics that you know little about and that have no relevance to the concrete issues that you, as an individual, ought to be grappling with. Instead of becoming committed to living your own individual life, you're hypnotized by what they say about Paris Hilton and Britney Spears or by what's going on politically in an area 2,000 miles from where you live. The media demand that you have more and more opinions about more and more topics. They seek to divide your attention until it's so thin that you can spend only minutes on each topic, essentially making your connection to the issues superficial. Of course, another reason the media are so dangerous is that they give the crowd an ever greater appearance of strength, scope, and objectivity. Eventually, the temptations of the media are too great for many to resist. Eventually, as the Borg says in Star Trek, The Next Generation, resistance is futile. The omnipresent temptations of the media eventually assure that all people are eventually assimilated into the public. The Corsair Incident. Kierkegaard's antagonism toward the media originated out of personal experience. He knew well how the inner workings of the press functioned. Copenhagen had a number of what were most likely tabloids circulating in Kierkegaard's time, the most popular being the Corsair. Like some modern tabloids and television shows, the Corsair took it upon itself to publicly lampoon high-status residents of Copenhagen with insult and ridicule. Kierkegaard, who had long had a favorable relationship with the journal, invited the journal to attack him. It did, maliciously running attack piece after attack piece insulting his physical appearance and his demeanor and exposing him to a high degree of public ridicule. Did Kierkegaard actually want this separation from Copenhagen? Perhaps the philosopher who so strongly championed individuality felt he wasn't sufficiently separate from the crowd. In any event, his separation from society did, in fact, result in a remarkably productive period of writing, some of which discussed how certain kinds of communication typical of the media frequently exhibit inauthenticity. Think of the number of people deeply trapped in the pages of the National Enquirer and Star magazine, or angrily perusing the editorial pages of the newspaper, upset about people's opinions concerning topics distant to their localized world. Funny thing is, they can't seem to pull themselves away from it. It's like a drug addiction. People are drawn to the safety of dealing with others' issues rather than their own. The media also tempt you to participate in gossip mongering or opinion trading. They invite you to insert your opinion without having to make any real commitments and without any real risks. In the media of Kierkegaard's time, newspapers allowed for the highlighting of opinions and beliefs that had no identifiable source. Authors used pseudonyms. Just as hiding in the crowd creates a false feeling of courage, Kierkegaard writes that through the press, a man can profess things which he perhaps did not in the least have the courage to say personally in a particular situation. Every time he opens up his gullet, one cannot call it a mouth, he can all at once address himself to thousands upon thousands. Kierkegaard fiercely believes that real passionate living means a non-superficial, real involvement with issues that affect your life. It means investing your time and your commitment in choices, because you don't have unlimited time, and real involvement requires you to dedicate yourself to one pursuit as opposed to another. The press allows you to avoid making those either/or choices. You can do it all. Dabble a little here and a little there. No commitments needed, no choices. No time investment. No consequences. The press functions to undermine real commitments, and in so doing, it undermines you. The Internet, a modern passion killer? Although Kierkegaard is probably right that the modern media tend to succeed in distracting people from the task of grappling with their own concrete existence, a new foe has emerged on the horizon, the Internet. Should Kierkegaard's attack on the media extend to the Internet? Our answer, as is the opinion of Hubert Dreyfus, a contemporary philosopher who has written extensively on this subject, is yes. Knowledge, no passion required. First, think of the question of knowledge. Whereas knowledge was once the realm of committed experts who passionately dedicated their time to studying concrete issues and took the risks that such dedication requires, the Internet has introduced a different view of knowledge. Instead of understanding that knowing something requires time and effort, people now have billions of websites to choose among. They just need a search engine. The fact that perusing this information requires no risk, no commitment, and no time investment invites people to become what Kierkegaard calls intellectual tourists. You dabble here, you dabble there. No degree of superficiality is low enough to stop a person from becoming an expert in everything. Don't like what an expert said about X? Type it into a search engine, and in 10 seconds you can play at being a serious devotee to that question. On some sites, anyone can be a contributor, no expertise needed. You can act just like an expert in no time without actually getting involved. Sure, you don't really understand the issues, but armed with your informational sound bites, you look like you do. Relationships, idle and superficial. And what about relationships with others? No need to actually get involved with people anymore, you can just use the social interaction websites that so many people use. After you're there, you create your own identity, whether it accurately represents you or not. You acquire as many virtual friends as you can. You want to be net popular, right? Clearly, these friendships aren't necessarily real. You can't just press a button and be friends with someone. One site even allows the user to join up with causes. That used to mean actually doing something in support of the cause. What does it require now? Press the button for the cause you desire. Your identity profile now lists you as a supporter for everyone to see. You're play acting again, and all from the easy comfort of your computer chair. Chapter 8. Sartre's Existentialism, Learning to Cope with Freedom. In this chapter, understanding the importance of Sartre's existentialism, living with your freedom, creating value and meaning, coping with existential psychology, variously known as existentialism, the humanism of existentialism, and existentialism is a humanism. Jean-Paul Sartre's most widely read essay was an attempt to clarify the meaning of the existential movement at a time when its popularity was near its zenith. Although not written for professional philosophers, like much of his work, it's meandering, frustrating, endlessly brilliant, and at times opaque. One of Sartre's main goals was to defend existentialism from attacks and misconceptions, many of which persist to this day. The two groups he most clearly addresses are the communists and the Christians. In today's terms, you may say he was fending off attacks from both the left and the right. Sartre himself identified more with the left. We discuss politics more in Chapter 12, but for now it's sufficient to point out that Sartre was personally committed to socialism and that both he and his philosophy were overtly atheistic. Partially due to the fact that existentialism, as we refer to the essay, was meant to be a defense of his philosophy, Sartre focuses on the optimism inherent in the existentialist movement as he sees it. It's a strange, tough kind of optimism, but in the end, it is optimistic. The source of this optimism, for Sartre, is the freedom of man. We use more gender-neutral language in the rest of the chapter, but we think it worth throwing that in there to make a couple of points about Sartre. First, it's the language Sartre used, but, more important, we feel in his case that it wasn't just a product of his time. People love to debate whether and how much of a sexist Sartre was, and also how significantly his gender and his issues with masculinity and with women slanted his philosophy. We don't go deep into this kind of analysis, but we think many of Sartre's literary and philosophical ideas are distinctly masculine. Which ideas, and how much so, we leave to you to decide. In this chapter, we discuss some of the major themes and ideas of existentialism, particularly as they pertain to the idea of freedom, which is central for many existentialists. Because Sartre sometimes lights on a subject and then moves on, bringing in details from his wider philosophy helps make sense of what he says. Sartre is kind of like that philosophy professor who starts talking to you about the squirrel problem in his backyard and then 6 topics later comes back to the squirrels, dismissively saying, but that problem is really just a side effect of the military-industrial complex's hold on the current administration. We help you connect the dots back to the squirrels, in a manner of speaking. We start with an examination of what it means to be free and why Sartre has such a strong and unrelenting notion of the breadth and depth of our freedom. Then we explain one of Sartre's most important concepts, the idea that our existence precedes our essence, and what this principle has to do with our freedom. Hint: everything. As we mentioned earlier, existentialism presents a tough-minded optimism. We explain why freedom is such a tough road, why Sartre thinks, to use another of his most famous phrases, we're condemned to be free, but also why freedom is so important and why it's a source of hope. Like many of the existentialists, Sartre was concerned with human psychology and how one copes with a life without any inherent meaning. He was particularly influential on a movement in psychology that aimed at dealing with this issue. In Chapter 14, we discuss these folks and how Sartre influenced them. What does it mean to be free? We hear and talk a lot about freedom. Everyone wants to be free, right? People fight wars for freedom on the assumption that everyone wants it. Sartre and the other existentialists may take issue with that assumption, but the first question you have to answer is what freedom is. In one sense, freedom is living without constraint. This is a popular way of thinking about freedom today. You're free if nothing gets in your way, mom and dad, oppressive regimes at home and abroad, your boss, the man. You can also point to internal constraints such as mental illness, drug addiction, and maybe even genetics. If you're genetically disposed to like potato chips more than tomatoes, are you free to lead the heart-healthy lifestyle your doctor recommends? If all humans are genetically disposed to prefer the chips, if preferring them is part of human nature, everyone is in trouble. Judging from the rising heart disease rates, something like this scenario just may be the case. The question constantly asked today, then, is: are people free? Was this or that person free when she performed a certain act? Sartre rejects all this business about constraints. His answer to the final two questions is yes. It's always yes, because people are always free. Freedom means always having a choice. Freedom means different things to different people. If you can quit your job without starving or losing your home, you have economic freedom. If you can go to the church, mosque, synagogue, or temple you want, you have religious freedom. Many devout Christians crossed the Atlantic to exercise that kind of freedom in the New World. Some of them lost no time once they got here exercising their freedom to discriminate against others. In Christian and other theologies, each person has a choice between good and evil. What all these notions of freedom have in common is choice. If you have economic freedom, you can choose to quit your job, or choose to go to the Bahamas and stay at a first-class resort. If you have religious freedom, you can choose which religious services to attend or maybe to not go at all. A big enough group of people may even have the freedom to choose to curtail the freedom of others. You're free, then, when you have a choice. The exact nature of that choice can vary, but when you have a choice, you have freedom. Sartre contends that people always have a choice and therefore are always free. Having the constant luxury and responsibility to make a choice is part of the human condition. Why? Because no matter what your situation is, you choose that situation. Sartre believes this for four main reasons. You choose how to interpret your situation. You choose how to react to your situation. In particular, you choose whether to remain in your situation. Any part of your situation that you don't choose is irrelevant. That last point may seem like a bit of a cheat, as though anything that doesn't fit into Sartre's way of thinking just doesn't count, but it's integral to not only his worldview, but also to the existentialists' view in general. The existentialists are absolutely committed to a vision of honesty that insists upon facing the world, facing life as is. Even the Christian existentialists tend to see traditional religion as a dodge for facing the hard truth that life is fundamentally meaningless. Nietzsche says, God is dead, largely to stress that no God or heaven could give meaning to life after the fact. If life is to be redeemed, it must be this life as it's handed to us. That's not to say you should refuse to engage in life, that you should accept life as it is and not try to change it. Quite the contrary. Sartre thinks that such engagement is crucial. What you must do, however, is engage the world on honest terms, starting from a view that acknowledges what your starting point really is. Saying, "But if I weren't poor or if I hadn't been born in a time of war" is no better than saying, "But if God could have given us a miracle or if I were a superhero and could fly." You start from where you are, but you move forward. In that moving forward, you always have a choice. Free choice means free action. In other works, Sartre refers to everything you can't control as your facticity. The list of things you can't control is fairly broad. For example, although Sartre says that there's no human nature, he does concede that people have temperaments, such as a quick temper or a nervous or shy disposition. Your nature, what you are, is something you create, but your temperament may simply be an uncontrollable fact you have to live with. Your native nationality, whether you were born rich or poor, the political circumstances you live in, these factors are all out of your immediate control. Your facticity is at once very broad and very narrow. Take a look at your life in 360 degrees. Look at everything, but don't think about it. Look at it as a frozen movie still. Your job may require that you be at work at 8 a.m., you may be an American, French, or Chinese citizen. Your parents and upbringing may be rich or poor. You may have inherited a quick mind from your mother and an impatient temperament from your father. At this writing, you live in a time of uncertainty and war, and this environment may affect your life directly or indirectly. All this composes your facticity at this moment. Now unfreeze the snapshot. As soon as things start moving, you get involved. The 8 a.m. start time isn't just a fact, it's a fact that you live, and in living it, you choose it in a number of ways. First, you choose it because you don't quit your job. But I need to pay my rent, you say. Then you choose it to pay the rent, but you choose it nonetheless. You could choose another job to pay the rent, or you could risk homelessness while searching for another job. Or you could even choose homelessness. The fact that a choice is unattractive to you doesn't mean that it isn't a choice. You also have a choice in how you see the facts of your situation. Do you see the 8 a.m. start time as an inconvenience? As a way of jump-starting your day? If your constitution is like co-author Greg's, you aren't a morning person, and you may see an 8 a.m. start to your day as a hideous inconvenience and proof of a vengeful God intent on punishing you for your existential ways. Greg sympathizes, he feels this way some days. But even if you have Greg's constitution and not co-author Chris's popping at the crack of dawn disposition, you can still view your 8 a.m. start as an opportunity. As Sartre points out in Existentialism, there's no such thing as a cowardly constitution, there are nervous constitutions. A constitution is not an act, the coward is defined on the basis of the acts he performs. And it's in such acts that Sartre sees the fullest expression of freedom. Fundamentally, free choice is about action. No matter what confronts you, no matter what your constitution, you have a choice in how to respond, in how to act. Sartre brings all this together in the story of a young priest who had lived through a series of setbacks. He had grown up in poverty and experienced many humiliations stemming from this status. He hadn't done particularly well in school. Later, he botched a love affair and failed in his military training. Now, as all these events were happening, the young priest certainly made a number of choices, but that wasn't Sartre's interest in the story. After your past has happened, it's unchangeable and becomes a part of your situation to which you must respond. The young man in this story chose to look at all these trials and failures as a sign that he wasn't meant for worldly success, and he entered the priesthood. You may think Sartre would reject this religious interpretation, but he actually embraces it as a perfect example of the freedom to choose how to view the facts that confront us and how we choose to act in response to them. Of the young priest, Sartre wrote, "It was a sign of something, but of what? He might have taken refuge in bitterness or despair. But he wisely looked upon all this as a sign that he was not made for secular triumphs. Who can help seeing that he alone decided what the sign meant? In many respects, life is something that happens to you, but you always choose how to interpret and respond to it. You are, therefore, always free. In any situation, a number of choices are available to you. Admittedly, some of these choices may be extreme or unpleasant, but they're present nonetheless. Our most basic choice is living. One of the characteristics that makes us free is the fact that we can always pull out of a situation. You can quit your job, you can accept not paying the rent, you can say no. The ultimate expression of this fact is, for many of the existentialists and Sartre in particular, that a person can always choose suicide. Therefore, Every situation is one you choose because you could always get out of it. Try this yourself. Freeze frame. Think about your life, and freeze it for a moment. Look around at all the facts that make up your life history and current situation. Find 10 things that you didn't decide upon and can't control. Now, like a movie, set the scene rolling again, and look at your relation to those 10 things. Ask yourself the following questions. How do I see these 10 facts about my situation? Can I look at them another way? Can I walk away from them? Can I choose how to respond to and interact with these aspects of my situation? Sartre says the answer to the last 3 questions is always yes. Therefore, you're always free and always choose your situation. Suicide is always an option, albeit an unpleasant one. At first, this theory may seem extreme. Who looks at the alarm clock and says, well, I could get up and go to work, or I could kill myself? We hope you don't. Putting this argument into context and understanding a bit about Sartre's life and times may make this argument seem more natural. Sartre didn't just live through World War II, he was active in the French resistance against the Nazis during their occupation of Paris. The war is a constant theme in his writing and a constant source of examples for him. As many of the French, including Sartre, saw it, those who lived through that time were sharply and simply divided between those who collaborated with the Nazis and those who resisted and said no to the situation that faced them. When Sartre speaks of suicide, then, he isn't raising it simply as an abstraction, but as a genuine choice that faced many of his countrymen and women. Many of those who resisted literally chose death rather than betray their fellows. As unthinkable as choosing death is for many people, Sartre is adamant that people must acknowledge that it is a choice that's available. For the collaborator to say I had no choice is dishonest because that choice was available, and others had the courage to make it. Strictly speaking, though, they didn't have the courage to resist, they chose to act in that way, and in so doing made themselves courageous. We discuss this concept further in the later sections. What Sartre means by existence precedes essence, and freedom is so important because it brings hope. Facing mortality means engaging in life. Still, you may say that talk of death and suicide makes sense in the context of war but not in most people's lives today. What relevance does the choice of suicide have for healthy, well-adjusted folks who are choosing whether to get a second mortgage on the house? The short answer is, everything. For the existentialist, you make every honest choice with the knowledge of your own mortality in the background. That's the most fundamental element of your situation. The significance for Sartre is that death is always an option, always an available choice. It may not be one you would readily choose, but that doesn't change the fact that it exists. After you honestly face the existence of that choice, the rest of your choices open up. If simply living is an active choice you make, how much more so is the choice to keep your job? To pay the rent? To go to work at, God help us, 8 a.m.? If you acknowledge that you could choose death, how can you deny all the other choices available to you, whether it's leaving a spouse, angering your parents, or performing an honest act in the face of duress? If death is a real option, hard choices like these are real options, too, and saying that you couldn't do this or that is disingenuous. Facing the reality of your own mortality is, for Sartre and the existentialists, an awakening experience. If you respond to it properly, if you don't run from it, it heightens your awareness of your own inevitable engagement in life, the degree to which your life is a choice and the degree to which that choice is yours. Human nature versus the human condition. Sartre repeatedly says that he doesn't believe in an inherent, universal human nature, but he acknowledges a human condition. The difference is that the human condition is a set of facts that confront all people. We all live in a world with other people, we need food and shelter to survive, and we're all mortal. This last item is the essence of the human condition for all existentialists. Human nature, on the other hand, is what it means to be human. It arises in large part from the meaning human beings choose to give to all the facts of the human condition and how they choose to respond to those conditions. Human beings may have a lot in common, but none of this has meaning until we confront and live through those facts. It's only when we start acting that we define our nature both as individuals and as human beings. It's through those acts, performed in relation to a condition shared by other people but unique to ourselves, that we create human nature in our own nature. Are human beings cowardly? Are we inquisitive? Good? Evil? In what sense? Do we strive toward something as human beings? These are the types of questions that Sartre thinks pertain to humans. What Sartre means by existence precedes essence. Sartre argues in Existentialism that all existential thought is summed up in the phrase existence precedes essence. Not everyone agrees that this is the definition. Heidegger, whom we discuss in detail in Chapter 9, was mortified by the assertion, but it's certainly an important concept. To be more precise, what he's saying is that, for human beings, our existence precedes our essence. Much clearer, right? It will be clearer if we just get a handle on the notion of essence. When you say something is essential, you're saying it's necessary. If you make New England clam chowder and leave out the clams, well, you haven't made New England clam chowder. We've both spent a good deal of time in New England, and we won't even be discussing that other chowder. Clams are just part of the definition of clam chowder. They're essential to making clam chowder what it is and not some other soup. The essence of something, then, is whatever makes it what it is. So by saying that existence precedes essence, Sartre means that human beings exist, are born and are conscious of their lives, before they really are anything. No crucial, necessary ingredient defines what a human being is. Nothing, in short, serves as an essence or nature that forces all human beings to be a certain preordained way. You have no human nature, there's nothing you are called or meant to do. You quite literally start as nothing. We explain in the coming sections exactly what this means and what significance it has, particularly for human freedom, responsibility, and value. You can think of freedom as a blank on a form you have to fill out. It's there, but it exists only to be filled in with something else. In the case of human beings, that something else is who and what you are. A human being is not a watch. Sartre explains the meaning of his most important phrase by comparing a human being with a manufactured item. We use a watch, Sartre uses a paper cutter, but the point is the same. A watch has a set function, it exists to tell time. Although some watches may be digital or contain pocket knives, if something didn't tell you the time, you wouldn't call it a watch. You could say, if you were feeling all philosophical, that telling time is a necessary feature of being a watch, that's what makes it what it is. Furthermore, this function already exists in the mind of the watchmaker before he actually creates any given watch. No one sits down to make a watch without thinking, I'm going to make something that tells time. The watch's essence, what it is to be a watch, precedes its actual existence because that essence, that purpose, was in the mind of the designer before the watch came into being. Two interesting characteristics about watches, then, are: they have a fixed essence or definition. That is, at least part of what it means to be a watch is that a watch is an object that tells time. Doing so is a necessary part of being a watch. The essence is present before the actual watch is. The essence exists as an idea or a plan before the watch is created and actually guides its creation. Sartre dramatically claims that if God doesn't exist, this order is reversed for at least one object in the universe. Because God didn't design us, we weren't created with a plan in mind, as the watch was. Unlike the watch, we weren't meant to serve a set function or realize a set pattern. When we're born, we're simply there, with no reason or meaning. No designer had any essence in mind, so we exist before that existence has any meaning, purpose, or definition. So according to Sartre, we're unlike the watch in two crucial ways. We have no fixed essence or definition. Being a human being has no inherent meaning, human nature doesn't exist. We exist before we have any definition, purpose, or meaning. Although the watch starts as an instrument for telling the time, we start as nothing, as a great emptiness or lack. Our only definition is that we're beings that lack definition. But notice the words fixed and before. Definition, meaning, purpose, for human beings, these things come later. You aren't born with them but must develop them on your own. That's why existence precedes essence. A human being is essentially a creature that creates its own essence. You must define yourself through your choices and actions. It's only after exercising your free will and choosing how you'll act in the world that you start to define yourself and develop or create a meaning to your own existence. Being human means being free. The most obvious consequence of the lack of human nature is that we're free to create what we'll become. But this makes it sound like you can choose who you'll be if you want to. Rather, it's more accurate to say that this freedom to make yourself, and your acting on this freedom, are what you are. In his more hyperbolic moments, Sartre goes so far as to say that a human being is freedom. He rejects the notion that this construction is a way of secretly acknowledging a human nature he claims doesn't exist. To the extent that freedom is a nature, it's only an empty nature waiting to be filled in. Think of your freedom as a blank on a form you have to fill out. It's there, but it exists only to be filled in with something else. Of watches and watchmakers. William Paley, an 18th-century Anglican priest and philosopher, made very different use of the idea of a watchmaker in his attempt to prove the existence of God. Paley's argument asks you to imagine that you found a watch on the ground. Its complexity and the fact that this complexity was clearly developed with a particular function in mind would indicate the existence of a watchmaker who designed that watch. Similarly, he argued, the complexity of human beings and the clear functions to which their various parts are adapted prove that they must be the creations of a cosmic designer. For example, the human eye shows evidence of design because it's a complex object with an obvious function, seeing. Human beings, in this view, are the products of a cosmic designer who had a plan or function in mind for them. Notice, however, that although the function of a part of a human being, such as a heart or an eye, seems clear and obvious, the function of the human being as a whole is less clear. Sartre was living after Nietzsche announced the death of God. See Chapter 3 for more on this concept, when the rightness and order of the universe were no longer accepted as a given. He wasn't willing to so easily accept the notion that human beings have a divine origin and that this origin gives them a ready purpose as surely as a watch has one. On the contrary, Sartre turns the example on its head and states that human beings have no designated purpose or function precisely because they have no such watchmaker to build that purpose or function into them. They simply start as an emptiness, a lack of these things, a nothingness. Freedom, according to a certain singer-songwriter, is just another word for nothing left to lose. If existence precedes essence, we're not only free to create ourselves, we're also free of any inherent, built-in baggage. Because we're nothing, nothing is compelling us or prejudicing our choices or our actions. Any choice is possible. That kind of freedom can be overwhelming, and Sartre doesn't think it's anything to take lightly. In the next section, we explain why freedom is a great weight and why being free isn't as simple as catching a wave and living a carefree existence. Sartre was no hippie, but a serious, even austere thinker with the soul of a moralist. Condemned to be free and responsible, whether you like it or not. Like Nietzsche, Sartre is wonderfully quotable. He's the author of a deep, complex, and highly detailed philosophy. But perhaps because that philosophy is deeply relevant to the project of living that everyone must undertake, Sartre expressed some of its most important and relevant tenets in short, powerful, and highly suggestive, if not particularly clear, language. We discuss the meaning of the highly important phrase "existence precedes essence" in the preceding section. Another central tenet of Sartre's philosophy is that human beings are condemned to be free. To some extent, the phrase is rhetorical. No judge sentences you to freedom. Certainly, the atheist Sartre didn't believe God was behind it. What he means, in part at least, is that being free is a fundamental part of the human condition and that we can't escape our freedom. Being condemned sounds pretty ominous, though. And Sartre calls this an optimistic philosophy? Well, yes, he does. But it's always an optimism about where we can go from where we start. This discussion deals with the human condition, the starting place, which he admits can look pretty bleak at times. The sense in which that starting place, freedom, is something we're condemned to basically has the following two aspects. The first aspect is the aforementioned inescapability of that freedom. You're free in life to make many choices, but whether you'll be free isn't one of them. It's an inescapable part of your human condition, like it or not. The second aspect is the weight of freedom. You experience your freedom as a great burden because it's a tremendous responsibility. If your freedom is inescapable, so is your responsibility. Responsibility is the other side of the freedom coin, and it's also at the heart of Sartre's philosophy, which asserts that you are totally free and totally responsible. Responsibility itself has two elements. If you're responsible for something, you, ideally, have some kind of power or control over the outcome. If your boss said to you, "Johnson, you're responsible for sales for the fourth quarter," but you won't have any authority over the sales department. In fact, you'll be working for maintenance fixing toilets, you'd be understandably confused and probably a bit peeved. Further, being responsible for something suggests that it matters somehow, that something is at stake. It's only with a bemused grin to other adults that parents give children responsibility for tasks like counting the number of blue cars they pass on a long road trip. Real responsibility involves things you care about in one way or another. In the case of freedom, the responsibility you bear is, in a very real sense, for everything you care about. If you want to know exactly what's at stake and why freedom is so important, read the section "Freedom is so important because it brings hope," later in this chapter. For the rest of this section, we explain why this freedom and this responsibility you bear for your choices are inescapable. The inescapability of choice. Choice is inescapable because of the type of beings we are. Unlike a stone or a watch, we're conscious. We have what Sartre refers to as subjectivity. His notion of it is taken directly from the French philosopher René Descartes, who famously said, "I think, therefore I am. I think, therefore I am." Most people have heard this famous quotation, but few really know what it means. Think of that weird, late-night discussion you've probably had, unless maybe it's just us existential types, in which someone eventually asks, "But wait, what if all this is just a dream?" Strange flavored brownies may or may not be involved in such discussions. Descartes, although probably brownieless, was trying to figure out how we can be certain of anything. How do you know whether what you believe is true? To answer this question, he performed a thought experiment in which he tried to doubt every belief he had. He was looking for one belief he absolutely couldn't doubt. He found he was able to doubt quite a lot, including the existence of the entire physical universe and his own body. The only thing he couldn't doubt was the existence of a thinker, himself, who was doubting. So he proclaimed the one fact he could be certain of was that he existed. I think, therefore I am. In building his philosophy, which is all about knowledge, Descartes starts with this subjective viewpoint, with his own consciousness, and builds everything else from there. This creates a separation in his philosophy, and in many later philosophies, between consciousness and the rest of the world. In this view, the human body is conceptually distinct from the human mind, or consciousness. You look out at the world, you see it, taste it, smell it, and interact with it, but you seem somehow different. Unlike most of the objects you perceive, you're aware of yourself and of other objects. Most important, you look out on the objects in the world and make judgments about them. For Descartes, the main judgments involved are believe and don't believe. Consciousness is constantly choosing. Sartre adopts this point of view, the view of starting with consciousness, not on particularly existentialist grounds, but simply on the basis of the fact that he thinks Descartes is right. Sartre thinks that our own consciousness is the one certainty we all start with and that it's from this subjective viewpoint that we each look out onto the world. But although Descartes thinks we fundamentally judge statements to be true or false by looking out from our consciousness, Sartre feels that our fundamental act is to choose how to interpret and interact with the outside world. For Sartre, the first act of consciousness is to choose. Consciousness, in itself, is nothing. It becomes something only as it makes these choices. This is what makes us different from all the other objects in the universe. Most objects simply are what they are. They're complete, in a sense, in themselves. A rock is a rock. It doesn't need to do anything or have anything added to it to be what it is. In other words, the universe is filled with objects that, if they could talk, would sound a lot like Popeye, saying, "I am what I am, and that's all that I am." Human beings are, in one sense, objects in the world. As such, they simply are what they are, 5 foot 2 inch, pinkish, hairy blobs of tissue, bone, and blood, for example. But unlike other objects, we also create what we are and what will become. We're subjects, conscious beings, that create what we are through the choices we make. The point isn't simply that consciousness can do this, but that this is what consciousness does by its very nature. Whereas other objects, like rocks and watches, simply are, a consciousness is constantly creating itself by constantly choosing. Existence, essence, subjectivity, emptiness. We're different from objects. Because human existence precedes human essence, human beings start as nothing. You're nothing before you start making choices. An object's essence is predetermined, but human consciousness, or subjectivity, in itself is nothing. It becomes something only as it makes choices. Objects simply are what they are. In one sense, humans are objects, but beings create their essence only later. Our nature, to the extent that we have one, is to create ourselves, because we have no essence. Is to choose, which is the activity that allows us to create ourselves. As subjectivity, human beings create what they are. You bear sole responsibility for your choices. Because to live is to choose, you're perpetually under the weight of this responsibility to choose. Not only can you not avoid choosing, but you also can't avoid the responsibility for that choice. The subjective position that Sartre's philosophy starts with is a very lonely position. Many things come before you for your consideration, you need to review many things for interpretation and response. But like Harry Truman said, the buck stops here, with you, and with each of us. As things parade by you for your consideration, nothing compels you to make any particular choice, and nothing can comfort you by taking responsibility for that choice away from you. Imagine your consciousness as a chief executive officer at a big desk. The facts and situations of your life continually parade across your consciousness, like proposals for your consideration. No one is sitting next to you in your consciousness. No one helps you interpret what comes across or decides for you what to approve, what to reject, what to choose, and how to respond. It's up to you to review each proposal and make the decision. As an atheist, Sartre can't accept God as the justification for our actions. But really, even if God exists, it makes no difference. Like everything else that crosses your desk, the Word of God is just one more thing you'd have to interpret for yourself and choose how to respond to. The truth of this principle becomes evident if you consider the vast number of religions and interpretations of the Bible, Quran, or any other holy work. You may say you choose something because God or your preacher says so, but really, you choose how to interpret and respond to what God or the preacher says. You even choose which preacher at which church to listen to in the first place. This is why, even if God exists, the situation from the human perspective remains the same. Choice is still ultimately in your hands alone. Sartre calls this sense of being alone in decision-making forlornness. He illustrates it beautifully with a story about a student who came to him for advice. The young man's mother absolutely lived for him. She had no one else. The son didn't want to betray and abandon her, but he also felt a responsibility to his countrymen to fight the Nazis, and felt he could best do this by traveling to Britain to join the French Air Force based there while France was occupied. The young man couldn't decide what to do. Naturally, no ethical system has the answer on page 691, under your mother or your country, which to choose. Even if such a book existed, it would be up to you to decide whether to accept its conclusions. But really, any ethical system can give only vague rules that you have to interpret and apply. Sartre wants us to see that whether we acknowledge it or not, we're always involving ourselves in our decisions. Whatever doctrine, advice, or other external influence we may point to, in the end, we're always the ones making a number of choices, whether it's what action to take, which advice or doctrine to listen to, or how to interpret them. In this case, the student chose to go to Sartre for advice as opposed to someone else, and he got the advice he chose to get. Sartre's response? You are free. Choose. Co-author Greg was a perfect illustration of this point himself. In college, he had a favorite professor he went to for advice. But in a sense, Greg knew perfectly well before he went what the advice would be. The bottom line from this professor was always the same: follow your heart. On some level, Greg already knew what he wanted to do and what he wanted to hear by the time he went to the professor. Sartre thinks all decision-making is a more or less transparent version of this. That's not to say nothing ever influences you. That influence is never determinative, that is, it's never so strong as to force you to accept its direction and thereby eliminate your freedom to choose. You take all the available input and make a series of choices, weighing the information, interpreting it, and finally deciding. Freedom is so important because it brings hope. Winston Churchill once said, "The pessimist sees difficulty in every opportunity. The optimist sees the opportunity in every difficulty." Existentialism isn't an easy philosophy, it doesn't see the world as an easy place to live, and it doesn't propose easy solutions to living in it. It is, however, a philosophy that sees an opportunity in the difficulties it examines. For Sartre, the greatest difficulty and the greatest opportunity in life both lie in human freedom. Freedom means always having a choice, and where there's a choice, there's hope. This is the optimism Sartre's philosophy offers, not that the world will be perfect, not that your choices will be easy, but that you'll have a choice, and with that choice an opportunity to change yourself, your situation, and your world for the better. Sartre rejects all forms of fatalism, which suggest that our human nature dooms individuals or human beings as a group to be stuck in our situations. Cowardice was one of Sartre's obsessions and an example he regularly returned to. After all, he did live in a time of war and fought for his freedom with the French resistance. Many of the characters in his examples and his fiction are cowards who run from their responsibility or from standing up against totalitarianism and injustice. But the point Sartre continually comes back to is that the coward is a coward by choice. It isn't any one decision that makes the coward a coward. A coward is someone who continually makes the decision to act in a certain way. But Sartre thinks this fact is the good news. If the coward is a coward by choice and is constantly faced with choices, which is the nature of life, the opportunity exists for the coward to change and choose to be courageous. No matter what your past, no matter what choices you've made, there's always hope because you're free. But this philosophy is a hard road, and that constant sense of possibility cuts both ways. The courageous hero is no more secure in her courageousness than the coward is in cowardice. Choice is a constantly recurring opportunity for both success and failure. Free choice creates value and meaning. If God doesn't exist, no eternal, objective measure of value exists, and nothing has any inherent meaning. This doesn't mean, however, that life has no meaning or value at all. It's just that every meaning and value is a human meaning or a human value. And because human beings have no human nature and no inherent values or meaning, we're constantly creating those human meanings and values. Opening Pandora's box. In the story of Pandora's box, Pandora receives a box that the gods tell her not to open under any circumstances. Curiosity and the lure of the forbidden are too much for Pandora, and she eventually opens the box, which releases all the ills and troubles of the world. At the bottom of the box, however, is hope. As often interpreted, hope is the one consolation allowed to humans for the host of troubles facing them, the one consolation we have to help us through life. In a sense, when existentialists announced the death of God, they opened a Pandora's box, out of which flew the troubles of meaninglessness, anguish, and forlornness. But at bottom, what the existentialists offer is hope, hope that by opening the box and facing these hardships that, after all, were sitting there waiting all along, we can find a way of coping with them. For Sartre in particular, the hope at the bottom of the box is freedom. That creation happens when you make choices. Sartre is all about action. It's all well and good to think that poetry, philosophy, opera, and art museums are the best things that life has to offer, but what does that mean if you choose to spend all your time watching Three's Company? Your choices are the only expressions you have of what you value. On the other hand, if your choice wasn't free, it wouldn't be an expression of value. To value something means to view it as better in some way than an alternative. Without freedom, then, nothing would have value, where you placed your value would be determined for you. Because we appear to be the only creatures that express free choice, we're the only creatures that can value one thing over another. Choice, then, is a creative act. The meaninglessness and valuelessness of the universe are, in a sense, only the starting points. We say in a sense because nothing creates absolute, eternal values. Those don't exist. Through freedom, though, human beings have the power to escape the utter lack of values that's our starting point in the universe. But this escape isn't easy. It's an act of will that people naturally shrink from. We want someone to provide a set answer, a fixed, eternal meaning, for us, and we don't really want the responsibility that comes with creating values for ourselves. Sartre's response is sympathetic. He says he's vexed by the lack of a God to provide eternal truths for us, but he points out that this is simply how it is. This is the situation we find ourselves in. Existentialism, as he sees it, doesn't create that situation, it just creates an optimistic path through it. How your choices affect you. As you choose, you create value. In doing so, you create yourself. For Sartre, freedom is the source of human dignity. Although it's true that we start as nothing, we have the power to make something of ourselves and the freedom to determine what that will be. A rock or a watch can't change what it is. This distinction is why Sartre rejects the notion that his philosophy debases human beings. He's not a naturalist who equates human beings with animals or sees a human being as minuscule speck of dust before the grandeur of the universe. The universe is filled with objects that are conscious of nothing, feel nothing, choose nothing, and value nothing. The Milky Way, for all its vastness, is as dumb and senseless as a rock. Only human beings make choices and make themselves into something. But you're no more than what you choose. Sartre rejects the idea of human potential. He considers it meaningless to say that an author, for example, had another great book in her that she never wrote. The only measure of what a person is capable of is what she actually does. A human being is, after all, essentially nothing. All that exists at your center is an ability to choose. Therefore, you're no more than the sum of your actions. Because you're constantly choosing and acting, you're constantly creating who and what you are. This power is why, instead of your choices and actions being meaningless, as you may expect from only a superficial understanding of existentialism, Sartre feels that your choices matter deeply. This importance is why Sartre considers freedom to be the source of human dignity. What makes us different from and more dignified than a rock or a watch is that what we are is in our hands. We have the freedom and the responsibility to create who and what we are. If you think about it, this corresponds with our everyday notion of responsibility. When someone holds you responsible, it is in one sense a burden, but it's also a sign of respect. Holding someone responsible indicates that the person is capable or competent. Children are in many instances considered incompetent. Adults don't consider them capable of making decisions or choices. Although they may feel compassion for children, they don't give them the respect they'd give a competent adult. For Sartre, existentialism isn't an affront to human dignity. Philosophical and religious systems that would deny human beings their responsibility are. Although Sartre is optimistic about our ability to make choices and, consequently, our ability to make good choices and change, nothing in his philosophy extends this optimism to the realm of consequences. You can act heroically, but this heroism doesn't guarantee any particular end result. Chance, facts about the world, and the freedom of others can all conspire to bring to ruin the effects of our noblest deeds. But Sartre insists that, in some respects, these consequences don't really matter. You're free to make choices that create who you are. You can't control the conditions in which you make those choices, and you can't control the outcome. What you can control is sandwiched in between, on the one hand, the situation you find yourself in and, on the other hand, the effects your actions have on the world after you make your choices. If you make good choices, if you choose to live honestly and courageously, you've made of yourself an honest and courageous person. That's all you can do and all you can hope to do. Sartre presents a great example of this principle in his short story The Wall. In it, protagonist Pablo Ibiata has been arrested and sentenced to death. He repeatedly refuses to give up the location of resistance fighter Ramon Gris, even as his cellmates are taken out and shot one at a time. In a final act of defiance, he lies to the guards, saying that Gris is in a cemetery. Ibiata is later confused that the guards allow him to continue living, until a recently captured man named Garcia tells him, they got Gris. How? Garcia tells him that Gris left his hiding spot and fled to the cemetery Ibiata led his captors to. Ibiata is overwhelmed by the absurdity, the tragedy, and even the comedy of the situation. Ibiata's situation isn't unique. He couldn't control whether the fascists came to power, and he couldn't control the outcome of his actions, which in this case were absurdly tragic. But in between, he chose to resist, he chose to act courageously, and so exercised his human dignity to make something of himself that he could call good. How your choices affect the world. Every choice is an act of creation. Because Sartre doesn't believe in God, eternal values, human nature, or an inherent meaning to human life, he's committed to the idea that meaning, value, and your own character can arise only from your own choices. When you make a choice, you create in three ways. You create who you are. Each time you choose to tell the truth, for example, you contribute to the creation of someone who tells the truth. You create values. If you choose to tell the truth rather than lie, you have chosen to value truth. That value may have existed before you because others made a similar choice in the past, but it doesn't exist apart from human choice. In that sense, your choice contributes to the creation of this value. You create what it means to be human. If human nature doesn't exist, what human beings are and what it means to be human are simply an amalgamation of what individual human beings choose to make of themselves. In a very real way, then, when you make choices, you're choosing what it means to be human. For Sartre, this fact was at the heart of the weight of responsibility that hangs over us. We discussed the first point earlier. Sartre often speaks of the next 2 points together. The world of value and meaning is a human, and human-created, world. Because when you act, you're helping create this world, Sartre feels that, in a sense, you aren't making choices just for yourself, but for the whole world. When co-author Chris makes a choice, he's creating a value, and he's defining what it means to be human. Sartre believes we have a great responsibility to consider this fact as we make our choices. It's natural, therefore, for you to ask of your choices, do I want this choice to be a human value, for all people? Is this what I believe human beings should be? Sartre isn't so much saying that you should ask these questions but that these questions will naturally arise in your decision-making process if you honestly look at the facts, namely, that in choosing, you're creating values that extend beyond yourself. The questions themselves are simply a natural expression of the responsibility you have in creating values with your choices. Freedom is the highest good. In one sense, Sartre, like the other existentialists, doesn't believe in objective values. He argues in Existentialism, however, that you can identify one thing that logically must be considered not only valuable, but also the most valuable thing. In that sense, this thing is the highest good. Naturally, this thing is freedom. His argument is fairly straightforward. Chapter 9. Finding Authenticity, Facing Death, Conscience, and Time. In this chapter, understanding why facing death is essential to an authentic life. Appreciating the importance of listening to your conscience. Seeing why authenticity requires the right stance toward time. When you think of existentialism, you probably get an image in your head of people sitting around muttering to themselves, dressed in black and depressed about their impending deaths. Well, some existentialists, such as Martin Heidegger, do think facing death is extremely important if you hope to live an authentic life that's true to who and what you are. But it doesn't mean going goth and moping around all day being depressed. Instead, as most existentialists suggest, living authentically means engaging with life in a way that honestly reflects what you are. This includes reflecting the ways that you are limited as an existing being, and death is one of those limitations. In fact, as far as the existentialists see it, when you embrace death, you become liberated for the possibility of actually living. From this angle, it's actually those who avoid the confrontation with death who end up living superficial lives that aren't worth living. If you ask us, that's what's depressing, ignoring death. Still, living authentically is no easy task. It's especially hard if the existentialists are right that most of the time, you're deeply immersed within the life of the crowd and the masses, far removed from confronting the important questions about life that you need to ask if you hope to live authentically. Luckily, for Heidegger, no matter how lost in the world you get, you'll always have an existential conscience that calls upon you to shun the crowd and return to living in accord with who and what you are. In this chapter, we show how this conscience reveals even more ways, in addition to death, that our existence is limited. These limitations reveal more aspects about what you are that you have to embrace if you are going to live authentically. This discussion of death and conscience leads to Heidegger's claim that embracing your limitations, or living authentically as a whole, undivided self, involves having just the right stance toward your future, your past, and your present. Specifically, authenticity requires living in a way that unifies your whole existence, bounded on one side by birth and on the other side by death, in the way that you engage with life in the moment through your actions. Authenticity is a way of giving your life wholeness across time. Embracing death is the key to life. Existentialists such as Heidegger think that a meaningful, authentic life requires an embrace of your own mortality. Given the importance of embracing death, we must ask, how can you face it if you'll never actually experience it? After all, the moment death occurs, you no longer exist. Well, Heidegger agrees that although you can't know the actual event of your death, you can face up to the awareness that your end is an inevitable part of your future. This means recognizing that death is a possibility for you at each moment. Thus, authentic living is living toward death, actively embracing the fact that the Grim Reaper is always right up ahead. Facing up to death is something you can only do alone. Facing death individualizes you, separating you from the crowd and forcing you to take seriously the task of making meaningful, individual choices about how to live. Given these points, avoiding death is what's depressing, because it leads to a superficial, conformist life that's not worth living at all. Confronting death is essential. Generally, people think death is a depressing subject that should just be avoided. Why focus on it? Just live, they say. Heidegger disagrees. Confronting death is essential to living an authentic life. Still, some have argued that death can't really play this central role because it's entirely unknowable. After all, how can you face something you can't even know? The argument that you shouldn't focus on death comes from an ancient school of philosophy called Epicureanism, which flourished around 300 BC. In a nutshell, the Epicureans thought that death was something that couldn't ever really touch you at all. So they counseled that you should be, at best, indifferent to death. Their reasoning is actually pretty simple, and something like the Epicurean argument is adapted by Jean-Paul Sartre. The argument suggests that death isn't really a possibility for you because when death arrives, you are gone. As a result, death isn't something that you can experience, because you and death can't be in the same place at the same time. Because you can't experience death, you have no reason to be concerned with it. There's something to this argument, isn't there? If what you fear is the event of death, if you worry about what it'll be like, the argument makes a good point. If you and death can't be in the same place at the same time, it seems to make no sense to take up a position or an attitude toward it. Sure, you may worry about dying. You may say, I hope I die in my sleep, for example, but that's a concern with the suffering that may go on just before you die, not a concern with death itself. For Heidegger, however, it's neither dying nor the actual event of death that he thinks you need to face up to. Instead, what's central to living authentically is facing up to what the event implies. One day, you won't be around. If you think about it, it's a curious fact that only human beings are capable of realizing this aspect of their finitude, the fact that they'll one day end. Your plants and your pets will die, but they have no awareness of it. Dogs and cats may get sick and grow uncomfortable, but they have no idea how that sickness may eventually play out. People do. As a result, Heidegger thinks that it's an undeniable part of what you are. Being toward death is a possible way for you to be. Facing up to your being toward death doesn't mean sitting around worrying about death, brooding over it, or becoming morbid. It doesn't mean going goth and buying the standard existentialist gear, all black clothes. Instead, being toward death simply means never losing sight of your future finitude. It means letting that awareness affect the way you live your life. Keeping an eye on the inevitable, the Grim Reaper is up ahead. Existentialists agree that humans are essentially forward-directed beings. Your existence involves always being one step ahead, planning, seeking out, and working through the possibilities that present themselves to you in any given situation. You're always thinking, what next? But the Grim Reaper is up ahead, too, as one of those possibilities. As you push forward into life, you push forward into death. Each second is one in which death may occur. We doubt anyone reading this right now is muttering to himself, "I'll never die." If you are, you may want to read Self-Deception for Dummies. We've got news for you, you most certainly will die. Unfortunately, Heidegger thinks, most people think of death inauthentically. They treat it as an event way off in the future, something distant from life itself. You may think, heck, I'm only 20, or 30, or 40, or 50. I still have X number of good years left in me, provided I don't get hit by a bus. This isn't embracing death, it's avoiding it. Heidegger puts it this way, death is a possibility of being that Dasein always has to take upon itself. With death, Dasein stands before itself in its own most potentiality of being. Essentially, Heidegger wants you, collectively, we're Dasein, see chapter 6 for details, to see that you shouldn't treat death as an event that's coming closer to you with every passing moment, like a train slowly approaching from the distance. Thinking this way has the effect of putting distance between you and your death, making it something foreign and external to you and to what it means to live your life now, for you to exist. It's inauthentic because it makes death an external event instead of an internal way of being. It makes death a passive happening as opposed to an active way in which you can actually live. Authentically embracing death doesn't mean waiting for the event to occur, it means running toward it. Only by taking the bull by the horns and taking an active stance on death can you live a life that's truly yours. Odd as it may sound, you have to learn to make death into a way to live. Hold on a second. Heidegger isn't advocating suicide. Running toward death doesn't mean you're seeking it out or trying to make it more likely in the near future. Instead, it means pushing into the future, or choosing among your possibilities while keeping in view the fact that one of those possibilities is always that you'll die. Living with death means thinking, I could do A or B. Or I could die. You acknowledge that the possibility of your own impossibility, or the fact that one day your possibilities will end, is always present now, you live with it, so it's not a distant, future event. If you can seriously do that, Heidegger thinks, death may well have a serious impact on the way you live. Can you do that, honestly, and not in a half-hearted manner? Can you embrace your finitude? Really embrace the fact that Porky Pig could rip through the screen of your life now and say, "That's all, folks." Can you keep it up in a way that incorporates it into the way you live? Making choices becomes monumental in light of death. Few things are truer than this. When something is rare, it tends to be treated as valuable. When something is common, it tends to be viewed as cheap. Life is no exception. If you think that you have a lot of it to go around, you won't value it as much. The less you think there is of it, the more you'll take it seriously. In short, death makes life valuable. Anyone who has had a near-death experience can tell you that afterward, things just look different. Of course, in a way, everything around you is the same. But it all feels different. The way the world matters to you has changed. You become afraid of the danger of treading superficially in life. You desperately want your choices to matter. When you have all the time in the world, life is frivolous. Recall those times when an awareness of the possibility of death wasn't present to you. What happened? You treated the moments before you superficially. It happens all the time. Have you ever been in the midst of some project that you think you have to do while promising yourself that when you're done, you'll get back to that other project, the one you think is more important and that you've been neglecting? Maybe it's your work. It gets in the way of your spending time with your family. Maybe it's something else, but the story is always the same. You always have time later. This is the essence of treating life superficially. Understanding how this happens is easy. Think of the future moments of your life as something you want. You have a demand for life. Now consider the law of supply and demand to see how much those moments of life are worth to you. When you treat death as an event that's far off and distant from you, you're clearly reasoning that you have a decent amount of supply, of life, lying around. You're convinced that even if you're going to die, it won't be today or tomorrow or even next week. You see supply as high, so the value of life winds up being low. That's why the important stuff gets put off. You think you have plenty of time, get back to it. You live frivolously. The inevitability of death invigorates life. Now imagine something different. Say that you thought you had half that time left to live. Or a quarter of it. Or perhaps that you had 2 weeks to live. Would your way of interacting with life change? It should. The reason is obvious. The demand for life remains constant, but the supply of life just got drastically smaller. As a result, the value of life goes up in response. Choice starts to matter. The moral of the story is clear: when you live with death, as part of the very way in which you approach life, you take your life more seriously. The embrace of death invigorates life. You invest each moment with seriousness. You ask real questions about why you should live in this way as opposed to that way. Each moment matters. After all, you realize that you aren't going to get a mulligan or a do-over at any point. When you make choices in life, it's like the sign in the store window: all sales are final. Death increases life's value. Perhaps you're thinking, maybe death is part of life, but wouldn't it be better if it weren't? If the supply and demand theory of life is accurate, the answer is no. The supply of life would go up, infinitely. But if that's right, the value of life drops infinitely as well. As a consequence, immortality doesn't sound particularly attractive. Sure, you'd have an infinite amount of time to experience things. But you wouldn't value the moments. You'd forever put things off. Why not? You could always do the important stuff later. The immortal would live with no zest. No passion. Not for us, thanks. We'll choose death. Waiting for someone or something to show you the way. Tired of lying in the sunshine, staying home to watch the rain. You are young and life is long and there is time to kill today. And then one day you find 10 years have got behind you. No one told you when to run, you missed the starting gun. And you run to catch up with the sun, but it's sinking. And racing around to come up behind you again. The sun is the same in the relative way, but you're older, shorter of breath and one day closer to death. The song perfectly gets at the point Heidegger advances: when you fail to acknowledge death, you become frivolous, spending the moments you have without purpose. When you think that you have time to kill, it means you aren't coming face to face with your death. And that means that your life ends up wasted. You fritter and waste the hours in an offhand way. After you look at things in this way, you start to see that the possibility of living with death, or acknowledging your finitude, is a gift. It gives you the possibility of taking your life seriously. Without it, meaningful life would be impossible. Of course, that doesn't mean that everyone uses the gift he's been given. Most people, sadly, live their lives as though they're really immortal. Meeting death alone, it's inevitable. Facing death leads to an inevitable confrontation with anxiety. Check out Chapter 4 to read more about anxiety. Not surprisingly, death anxiety has a useful function within existentialism. It causes you to recognize that you're individual. After you become aware of this fact, you sense that the ways that society and they, or the others, live life doesn't speak to you as a unique individual. As a result, death anxiety makes responding to death by hiding within a life dominated by what they do difficult. That means that facing death involves re-questioning how to live, doing it alone. Living resolutely. Facing up to the reality of your finitude and death has a very jarring effect on a person. It tends to make you think of the individual choices in your life as serious and monumental. You no longer want to approach life in a superficial way. Essentially, death instills in you a desire to be resolute. You want to approach the question of how to live with determination and force. But how do you actually carry that out? What should you resolutely do? The anxiety that facing death brings doesn't tell you. It simply forces you to realize that it's your life to live and your death that you need to face up to. Of course, they have ways that they'd like you to deal with death, which means to avoid it. And they have ways that they'd like you to live. But in anxiety, they don't appeal to you, they have no persuasive force, and you can't get over the fact that they are artificial. Making choices on your own terms. To face death authentically, to live your life, means to face the challenge of your finitude on your own terms. Yep. Apart from them and apart from their schemes, their distractions, and their ways of trying to get you to avoid the subject of finitude. This can be a bit scary. For the first time, you feel radically alone. The choice of how to live is only yours. But it's also scary for another reason. When you distance yourself from them, you also remove the possibility of making any choice that you're assured is certainly the right one. That's what they offer. They provide the security of obvious choices because what you must and should do in the eyes of the public is clear. Individual life, on the other hand, is risky. It's not safe. Heidegger's message here is simple. Dealing with death by finding an individual path to resolutely follow can't be farmed out or outsourced to the they or to others. Embracing the eventual ending of your own existence, expressed through your way of making resolute choices, is something that you have to deal with as an individual, without any assurances that you are living your life in the right way. Confronting death means feeling vulnerable and threatened in the face of life. When you confront death, you have nowhere to run. But that's what living authentically means. To live freely. To feel truly alive. You ready for that? Conscience nags you to be yourself. Existentialism puts a high premium on highlighting the possibility of living authentically. Recognition of death is integral to understanding and grappling with the finitude of your future. But surely you don't need to have a near-death experience to have the kinds of insights required to be authentic, do you? Heidegger's reply is that everyone comes equipped with an existential conscience that calls to them to live authentically. This conscience turns out to be you talking to yourself about yourself. Conscience is you trying to shake the part of you lost in the crowd out of its stupor and conformity. When you heed the call of your conscience, you take a necessary step toward embracing yourself and living authentically. According to Heidegger, conscience shakes you from the inauthentic life of the crowd by reminding you of your guilt, which in turn points out to you your responsibility for taking ownership of what you are as a self or as a being. Specifically, your existential conscience nags you to own up to the fact that part of what you are is a lack or nullity. What this means is that your conscience wants you to own up to the fact that as an existing, choosing, self-determining being, you're incomplete in some key ways, such as the following. The possibilities available to you for self-definition aren't limitless. In fact, the options you have are structured by the historical and cultural world you're born into. You can't make all the possibilities available to you a reality. Essentially, your history gives you a context in which your task of self-definition must be carried out. In addition, when you make choices, you're forced to further limit your possibilities by always ruling out other paths for yourself forever. The voice of conscience is always there. Highlighting the possibility of living an authentic life is clearly important to existentialists. However, they also recognize that people are often deeply wrapped up in inauthentic living. So this raises a problem. If you're often lost in your routines, how can authenticity be an ever-present, live option for you? What wakes you up? Heidegger says it's the presence of your existential conscience. It calls you to be authentic, but listening to it is up to you. Heidegger thinks this existential conscience has a clear function. As he puts it, conscience summons Dasein self from its lostness in the they. It's inside you, like a built-in voice always in operation, one that calls you to find your way out of your zombie-like, inauthentic routine. You've likely heard the voice of your existential conscience. It nudges you to realize that you transcend the crowd and the routines you get lost in. It makes you feel uncomfortable in those routines when you get a bit too comfortable in them, pushing you to feel fake and untrue to yourself. It nags you with an awareness that you aren't living up to your true potential. This voice isn't comforting because it disrupts the secure, but artificial, tranquility you find in the inauthenticity of crowd life. As a result, Heidegger thinks that conscience always feels like an imposition, as if it comes against your will. No doubt, it pierces through that artificial bliss you're enjoying in the they. In a way, your existential conscience is like your moral conscience, which also is like a voice. Your moral conscience, however, tells you that some actions are wrong, whereas your existential conscience isn't concerned with what you do at all. Instead, it focuses on how you go about living. Moreover, your moral conscience and your existential conscience don't need to agree. We outline Kierkegaard's claim that such a disagreement occurs in the case of Abraham in Chapter 10. After all, according to the existentialist, your moral conscience may be nothing more than the internalized voice of the crowd, a feeling of shame that warns you that you are not doing what one does. Your existential conscience reminds you that no matter what path you choose to take in life, the possibility exists for you to take that path authentically or inauthentically. You can choose it because that's what one does, or you can choose it as an expression of your unique individuality. It's up to you. Conscience, you talking to you about you. Where does this mysterious existential conscience come from? Who's speaking? Who specifically is being spoken to? How does the conscience get its message across? Oddly enough, Heidegger thinks that all these questions are answered in the same way, in a word, you. You're the caller. You're being called, and the message is to point out you to you. Existential conscience is you holding up a mirror to you so you can see your true nature. Think of the call of conscience like a phone call. On one end you have the person dialing, the caller. That's you. But it's the you who's always in there, in your life, always capable of authenticity, no matter what you do, unless you magically turn into a stone or an animal, this part of yourself is always present. That self always capable of authenticity is the caller. We call it the you-self. The you-self is dialing up the you who is presently lost in the crowd. It must, Heidegger says the call can't be addressed to the they-self. The they-self is the self of the everyday, the self within you that represents the voice of the crowd. The they-self is the everyone self that has no identity of its own, the identity you take on when you become steeped in your conformist routines. The they-self actually avoids the call. In fact, as Heidegger puts it, in the call of conscience the they-self gets passed over in this appeal. When Heidegger says that the call of conscience passes over the they-self, the implication is that in passing over the they-self, the call dislodges the you-self that's trapped within the they-self. In dislodging it, the call allows the you-self to see itself as something separate from them. But how does it work? If you had an FBI transcript of the call, what would be on it? Well, nothing actually, it wouldn't say anything in words. This makes sense, because the call doesn't address you as a father or as a worker or as any of the designations that they offers you to understand yourself. Instead, conscience wants to communicate to you as an individual, to the you behind those roles. Thus, the call operates in silence in refusing to address the they-self and forcing you to recognize that you're different, that you're capable of more. In a way, the call is like the you-self, as possible authenticity, yelling to itself, the you-self actually trapped in the crowd or the they. Hey, buddy. Remember me. In the call of conscience, the you-self is desperately trying to free itself from its own entanglements in the world, an inauthentic life in the they. Face it, you're guilty. Your existential conscience doesn't instruct you to take on any specific paths in the world. It doesn't tell you, hey, be a doctor or look, don't steal from others. Instead, in calling you to be yourself, the existential conscience wants you to face up to what you are apart from the crowd. At the core of this effort, it wants you to see that you're guilty. But guilty of what? Moral guilt versus existential guilt. Typical intuitions of what it means to have a conscience are associated pretty closely with notions of guilt. People say things like, oh, my conscience wouldn't let me do that, meaning that it invoked feelings of guilt, preventing them from following through with the action. In such cases, you're dealing with your moral conscience and with moral guilt. Existential conscience calls you to recognize your guilt, not moral guilt, but existential guilt. Here's the difference. Moral guilt typically acts as a spotlight of sorts. It's a result of performing some shameful action, and it points to an absence of something in you. When you steal, moral guilt pains you because it makes apparent your lack of honesty. Moral guilt makes clear to you that you are incomplete or limited in some important way. Existential guilt, in contrast, existential guilt doesn't point to an action, but to you as a being. Moral guilt points to a lack in you that causes that action, whereas existential guilt points to an absence that's a fundamental essential part of what you are as an existing being. The lacks that moral guilt point to should be filled in, the lacks that existential guilt points to should be embraced. Heidegger calls these lacks or limitations that are central to what you are nullities. Existential guilt brings you face to face with the fact that you are fundamentally incomplete. Moral guilt can spotlight lacks that can be filled in, by becoming honest, for example, but your existential nullity is an essential aspect of you. It can't be removed. As a result, you're always guilty. Existential guilt calls you to take responsibility. If you're always guilty, what's existential guilt calling on you to do? Guilt typically calls upon people to take responsibility. In the case of moral guilt, it calls upon you to take responsibility for your lacks by owning up to them and then taking the appropriate steps to fill them in. Existential guilt also demands that you take responsibility for your nullities, but in a very different way. Because you can't fill in those nullities, taking responsibility for them means owning up to them as you. In other words, taking responsibility means living in a way that honestly strives to express the nullities in the way that you live your life. It means embracing your guilt. Chin up. Face your limitations. The existential conscience calls you to face up to what you are. This means recognizing and embracing the ways in which your existence as a choosing, self-defining being, a being who puts possibilities for itself in play, is limited. One of those limitations points to the fact that you don't control how you come to have the possibilities to define yourself. The other points to the reality that you can't be all your own possibilities. Instead, choosing something always negates and narrows down what's possible for you to choose later on. You're a chooser, and choosing means destroying. Before turning to how you are limited, we give a basic definition of what you are. Existentialism embraces the idea that you're a choosing, self-determining being. You're special in that your existence is always at issue for you, so existing always means being in the process of defining yourself through the choices you make. With that in mind, how can this kind of being have limitations? As a self-chooser, you're always faced in a situation with a set of options to choose among. We call them A, B, and C. Your first limitation or nullity emerges right here. Although these are all your possibilities from which to define your life, you can't embrace them all. You must forge forward and choose. You have no escape. When you choose A, you must choose not to fulfill choices B and C. So being a chooser means electing one possibility and destroying, or nullifying, the remaining ones. Just as death limits your possibilities for self-definition going forward, because your possibilities will end, actual choice involves the destruction of the possibilities that exist now. After an option is gone, it's lost forever. Recognizing this element of your finitude, or this sense in which your existence as a chooser of possibility contains a nullity, can be frightening. You see all the possible selves laid out for you to be, but you can't be them all. Sometimes you may try to escape this. You may try to have it both ways by desperately trying to figure out a way to actualize everything at once. Or you may try postponing the need to decide. Either way, you're trying to escape from one of the fundamental aspects of what you are as a self-defining being. Forging into possibility involves destroying possibility. No two ways about it. To create, you must destroy. Don't expect any assurances. The fact that choosing kills some of your possibilities forever leaves you wanting assurance that you've done the right thing. Well, you can't ever get that kind of assurance. This is revealed by the second nullity at your core as a self-defining being. To be completely assured that your choice is right, you need to be able to step outside any context that may influence your way of looking at things. What you want is a timeless, God's eye view of your situation. From this standpoint, you could objectively and dispassionately sort through the possible options and figure out which option is right. Heidegger's point, however, is that when you truly see what you are, you see that this will never happen. You can never step outside your biased framework to see with assurance what's right. Heidegger's point here is that as a self-defining being, you have to make choices within an historical and cultural framework, one that structures not only what's possible for you, but also how you think about those possibilities. What's possible for you, in a given situation, is different from what was possible for an ancient Roman. You don't share the same world or the same history. Moreover, ancient Romans saw and experienced the world differently than you. You inevitably respond differently even to the same situations. Heidegger calls this being thrown. Being a self-defining being requires being thrown into a certain historical situation, a certain time period, a certain culture, and a context that makes a specific set of lives possible. Heidegger thinks that although this does function as a constraint, because your power of self-definition is indeed limited, it isn't something to complain about. Instead, it's the very ground of your freedom. To want to create yourself from the ground up should be seen as inauthentic, essentially obscuring and refusing to face up to the fact that your human existence is a situational one. All lives have a context in which they should be understood. The importance of living in time. Heidegger thinks authenticity demands embracing your existential nature, which means acknowledging the finitude or set of limitations specific to you as a self-choosing, self-determining being. As he sees it, living authentically requires that you have the right orientation toward the past and toward the future. After all, death lies in the future, your historical context lies in your past, and you must make choices in the present. To investigate this idea, however, we first need to think about what it would mean to be oriented toward time. We look briefly at two different ways in which you can understand time. What we call everyday time treats time as something that's outside you, external to your life and to your experiences. Everyday time sees the past, present, and future as separate and disconnected, like a series of independent moments. The existential view sees life itself as immersed within time and also holds that the experience of the past, present, and future aren't separate, but intimately interrelated. Because authenticity requires that you be oriented toward time in living, you need to discard the everyday notion, which sees time as external to living. In fact, for experiences within life to be truly meaningful, they need to be experienced across time, something only the existential notion of time can explain. The everyday view, you're in time. According to the everyday view, time is something external to you, a kind of medium that you travel through. This everyday standpoint on time also sees the past, present, and future as disconnected and also sees only the present as having any real significance. In the everyday sense, time is captured when you think of the clock. As the hands move, you think, wow, that thing is measuring time. But what is this clock time? What's being measured? Hard to put your finger on it, isn't it? The following 3 points seem to be true of the human way of thinking about everyday time. A. Time is external to you. B. Time is a series of identical, disconnected, now moments. C. In time, only the present exists, so it's the most important. In the following sections, we think these points through. Time is external to you. Start with A. Do you typically think of time as something that you're in, like water can be in a cup or like a medium that you can move through? It's like space, in a way. Just as you may say, that pen is 2 feet from that lamp, you think, the American Revolution is more than 200 years away from me. Events far off are distant from you because they're farther away in the medium of time than others are. This way of talking leads you to think that you are in something temporal right now, and other events are in other temporal spots so that you can measure the distance between them, in terms of minutes or hours or years. Time is a series of identical, disconnected, now moments. You'd probably say that you're in a moment, the now. Wait. Now you're in a different now, and you've left the former now behind. And again. Sit still, won't you? Here's where point B comes into play, which suggests that you jump from one identical now moment to the next, leaving behind past now moments and looking forward to new now moments yet to come. From this view, all time is really the same, because all the moments are just identical now containers that stuff can be put into. But if you think about it, it also suggests that the past, present, and future are disconnected. The present is here, whereas the past, or future, is over there, in the temporal distance. In time, only the present exists, so it's the most important. From here, point C becomes clear. When you're in a now moment, you exist in the present. But you can't, according to this view, be in a now moment in the past or in the future. Then you'd be in two different spots at once. Maybe you were, and maybe you will, ideally. But according to the everyday view of time, the past now moments are gone and buried. And the future ones don't yet exist. Only the present, then, can really exist and have any real significance. If you think about it, everyday talk about time is helpful in many ways. You do need to coordinate appointments, so using the clock is valuable. But clock time doesn't seem to have much to do with how you experience life, other than dating certain things that happen to you in life. The existentialists, however, don't want to say that living or existing comes first and then is placed in time. Instead, they want to say that living itself is temporal. As a result, it's not surprising that they have a different conception of time. The existential view, lived time. Existentialism approaches existence from a personal perspective, from the first-person point of view, so we're interested in the role that time plays in understanding life from the inside. What's it like for time to be part of you? Existentialists such as Heidegger stress that human life requires a way of existing that's spread across time. You can't separate life from time. Heidegger's view of lived time is different from the everyday time measured by the clocks on the wall. To start, in opposition to the everyday conception of time, Heidegger doesn't think that time is external to you. It's not some feature of the world, and it's not something that your life can be in. Heidegger says that life and time can't be pulled apart in a way that would allow one, life, to be in the other, time. Time plays too intimate a role in what it means to live for that to ever be possible. Life is temporal at the core. The past and future are meaningful. Think of the way in which you experience life. Are you jumping from one now to the next, as the everyday conception of time suggests? Not very likely. Instead, life seems to have a kind of meaningful flow, as if within life as you experience it, the boundaries between the past, the present, and the future aren't as sharp as the everyday conception suggests. Say that at the moment, right now, you're getting your passport photo taken. How is it possible that this action turns out to be meaningful to you in the way that actions in life can be? From the existential perspective, the meaning of that action relies on the experience of the present, including an experience of the past and the future at the same time. If that's right, the existential past isn't dead, and the existential future isn't yet to happen. Rather, they're both present in your experience with life right now. Think about the example a bit. Getting your passport photo taken is significant to you because later you'll be in Greece, a possibility you're pushing into and experiencing. So the action is connected to the way that you're projected forward into future possibilities. In Heidegger's view, this means that in your experience, you're always outside the present, already reaching forward into the future. At the same time, your action is meaningful because ancient Greek philosophy has always appealed to you. Your past likes and dislikes, your upbringing, and your history aren't dead events in the past. Instead, they shape you and the way you experience your world and the possibilities of your worldly situation. These are elements of what you are that set the stage for actions that you perform to be meaningful. Actions tend to be meaningful when they play a role in a story, one that has a past, a present, and a future. Take this point further. If it's true that the self can be meaningful and significant, a meaningful, authentic life will live in a way that stresses its past and future. Human life, or your existence itself, is temporal. It would make no sense to say that you exist and then you are located in time. A meaningful human life is connected across time, pulling yourself together through time. Heidegger opposes the everyday view of time because it views time as external to your life and because it views time as a series of unrelated now moments. Neither seems true, however, of the way that you experience life temporally. Lived, existential time seems very different. Time is central to your way of existing, one in which moments in the past, present, and future are related to one another in the way you experience life as meaningful. Existing for you means living across time. With this notion of existential time as your guide, when is your life meaningful, whole, or authentic? What's the right approach toward time? Heidegger's answer is that your life is authentic when, in the way that you engage in certain actions, you embrace your entire future and past. One way to see it is to note that the self has a dimension not only on the present, but also on the past and future. Because authenticity means being yourself, your way of existing must strive to live all your past and future specific to you as a self, in your present acts. Only in living this way can you hope to succeed in pulling together your whole self and achieve authenticity. In this section, we investigate what it means to embrace and unify your future, past, and present. We show that unifying yourself across time connects to our earlier point that authenticity for Heidegger requires embracing the finitude specific to you as an existing being. Along the way, we also view the inauthentic ways of living across time as ways to reject our various finite limitations. As you may expect, failing to unify the self by rejecting either the future or the past, or both, aspects of what you are, or rejecting your own finitude, results in the type of life specific to being lost in the crowd. You always exist in the future. Although the everyday conception of time sees the present as the most significant part of time, Heidegger thinks the future has clear priority when understanding who you are as a being. Fundamentally, people are self-defining beings always focused ahead on what's possible for them. In Heidegger's jargon, you're a being ahead of itself. Given this fact, you can live authentically or inauthentically toward your future. Pay attention to the way you're existing right now. Are you just in the moment? Or are you always looking ahead into the future, trying to see where to go next? You're always reaching ahead of yourself into the next moment. It's a good thing, too. If part of your way of actually existing weren't one step in the future, you couldn't be a self-defining being always striving to address the question, who am I? After all, asking such questions involves looking forward to possible ways of addressing the question. Heidegger thinks that the possibility of living in an inauthentic or authentic way is always before you. If self-definition of forward-directedness is essential to you, you should expect that there will be inauthentic and authentic ways of doing it. The inauthentic future. For Heidegger, the inauthentic future is precipitated by the refusal to embrace death. That means you refuse to live in a way that recognizes that being projected forward into new possibilities should be accomplished in light of the fact that your efforts might, in the next second, end. Of course, living inauthentically in the future still means being focused toward possibilities and choosing. You can't help doing that. But in refusing to face up to your death, you reject your own finitude, and as a result, you refuse to face up to a part of your own self as a self-defining being. You can't live in a whole way when you do that because you disown a large and essential part of yourself. As far as Heidegger sees it, when you flee from this anxiety-laden recognition, you run straight into the tranquilizing arms of the they or the crowd. In the midst of the they, you don't need to deal with these issues. You don't need to tackle with the urgency of self-definition in the face of your inevitable end. Instead, you can focus on measuring up in the eyes of the public at large. You forfeit the kind of individuality that emerges from a courageous facing up to death, but in exchange you get the snuggly, warm, and fuzzy kind of bliss that's associated with crowd-based, robotic conformity. How does this happen? Perhaps you focus on the possibilities that relate to keeping up with the Joneses. Perhaps you focus on redecorating your house, hosting parties, and making sure that you're always running with the right people. In a way, insecurity, anxiety, about your finite future, death, is replaced by a different sort of worldly insecurity, fear about succeeding in the mass-generated, public world of success that you've embraced. Heidegger calls the inauthentic mode of being toward the future awaiting. He uses a passive term for good reason, because those who await see their own possibilities only in terms of the successes or possible failures of their worldly projects. When you await, your way of thinking about the task of self-creation is dominated by the question, what should one do now? The authentic future. Authentic being toward the future is very different. Heidegger calls it anticipation. Where awaiting is passive, anticipation is active, a way of running toward your future. This involves a recognition that you will die. This recognition tears you away from the they and from complacent modes of living. You see the possibilities for existing in the future as far exceeding the possibilities that are offered up and dictated by them. As a result, you see the future in terms of the always unsettled question, what should I do now? A question that necessarily requires your involvement in the answer. You no longer wait but drive forward in an active sense, resolute to forge courageously toward your death by living as an individual in light of the projects you commit to. Although your future possibilities are fixed in the inauthentic future, in the authentic future they're open, and you take an active role in determining what they are. And you always exist in the past. Although your primary mode of existence is toward the future, Heidegger reminds you that your existence always has a distinctly embedded location. As he puts it, you're already being in a world. This means that you push forward into the future from somewhere. In a sense, your attempt at resolute self-definition always has a starting point, one that Heidegger sees as your historical and cultural heritage. Whether you embrace your heritage, and your finitude, as a part of your way of existing, though, is up to you. You could also choose to try to forget it or to dismiss its importance in your life. Think of the angry child who cries out, "I didn't ask to be born." In actuality, the child is verbalizing a profound truth that applies to everyone. Not only didn't you ask to be born, but you also didn't ask to be born here, in this time, or in this culture. And that means that the way in which you understand your continual task of self-definition is heavily dependent upon the way that possibilities are made available to you, and the way that they're framed and understood, in that context. This fact, if you recall, is one of the types of finitude that your conscience reveals to you, if you listen to it. This fact fits easily into Heidegger's way of thinking about your existence as temporal. If being authentic means thinking about your future as aiming toward your eventual death, it also means thinking about your past as pointing toward your historical and cultural birth. Quite literally, it's a recognition of what you, as a self, emerge out of. The 19th century gave birth, say, to one way of engaging with the project of self-definition. Rome in the 4th century gave birth to a very different way of being a self, and your own time and culture gave birth to yet another. As a result, your way of engaging the question "who am I?" is always tied to that context. As a result, that past is alive in you right now, in the way that you exist, in the way that you approach the future. But how does this fit into the notion of having to embrace your finitude if you want to live authentically? Just as much as death functions as a limitation on you as a self-defining chooser, Your possibilities will end, after all, your birth does too. The limitation is clear, not everything is possible for you. Much as you may want to be the supreme master of who you are, it's just not possible. Kierkegaard called this desire demonic, because you can never get your past under your control in that kind of way. Even thinking about your past is influenced by your past. Try as you might, you can never self-define the very conditions that make your attempts at self-definition possible. Forgetting, the inauthentic mode of the past. Heidegger's name for facing your past inauthentically is called forgetting, which is appropriate, because it seeks to obscure your existential relationship as a chooser to your past. In the inauthentic past, you refuse to recognize the connection between how you push forward into the future and your historical and cultural birth. When you forget, you disown a part of yourself, and as a result, living as a whole self is impossible. When thinking about forgetting, remember that inauthentic views of time view time as a sequence of disconnected moments, and that the present is always central. From this view, the past is what's dead and no longer. Seeing the past in this way separates the past from any kind of actual interaction with what's meaningful in the present. In a sense, the past is nothing more than a museum of archived events on display. Inauthenticity is always a flight away from the task of individual self-definition, a headlong rush into the lifestyles prescribed by the crowd, by the they. How does this translate into the inauthentic way of living with the past? Well, it means living toward the past the way they demand. How are the projects and roles and rules prescribed by them presented to you? Does the crowd see its own fads and wisdom as following from a limited set of possibilities that history had laid out? Do people in the crowd think, if we'd been in a different context, we'd have different wisdom? No, says the they. They see what one does as universally valid, as timeless. If their truths are connected to history at all, it's as the culmination of history's trials and errors. If so, what's the point of the past, other than to view it as a sort of amusing curiosity? Repetition, the authentic mode of the past. Engaging with your past authentically is very different. You don't see your past as dead, as a set of moments you're forever separated from. Instead, the past is open and alive in you now. The past is in you, giving significance to the present, and the future, and shaping the possibilities for you to define who you are and who you will be. As a result, to authentically engage the part of yourself that's past requires refusing to see the significance of what's possible for you now as self-contained within the wisdom of the they and their so-called timeless fads and wisdom. This preset menu of choices that one follows isn't the way of living, but one way of living. Authentic engagement with the past also recognizes that they do their best to obscure the fact that history and culture make available to you a whole host of different ways to live, examine, and understand your life. When they focus on history, it's selective. They remember what supports their fads and trends, and forget, or bury, the rest. It's in their best interest to hide the different possibilities for self-definition that culture and history make available because failing to do so would highlight that their way is merely one of many. So the authentic view of the past reveals that your existence is in an inevitable tension with the they. To be authentic, you must do battle, using the past as a way of re-understanding the present in a way that allows for a criticism of their way of presenting the world, and your role, to you. For Heidegger, this means that you need to reveal what's been hidden or obscured in your heritage, which is you, after all. You must claim your heritage as your own and employ it to create unique possibilities for individually facing up to your present life in a way that avoids them and their way of understanding what is possible. Authentically engaging with the past thus opens possibilities and allows for individuality. After all, your past is you. So you need to learn to dig in and figure out a way to own it, highlight it, and live it in the present. First, as a self-defining chooser, you need to embrace that your options are limited to the ones made possible by your contextual birth, your heritage. Don't see this as an unjust limitation on you. After all, it is you. It's your unique birth that makes being an individual possible. To embrace this, you need to reach back into yourself, in your own history, to discover what was obscured by them as options for you to understand and grapple with your life and your future. Heidegger calls this method of authentically engaging the past, by using it as a way to try to understand the present, repetition. When Heidegger tells you to engage in repetition, he isn't telling you to dress and talk and act like people from the past. You don't want to literally repeat the past and walk around with a bizarre wig on your head, acting like you're George Washington. Instead, you want to look back in the past and observe how people lived their lives, how they thought and how they approached things. What possibilities were open to those people to face life? All these various ways of existing present possibilities that are part of your heritage, and they're available for you to take up as an individual. You can then adapt these options to the present circumstances of your own life or the question of how to forge ahead into your future. Given the fact that authentic engagement with the past opens new roads to you to approach your future, repetition can be invigorating. Think about what happens when you learn more and more about your own culture and its history. Your way of understanding your present world opens up. The current fads or conventional wisdom become just one interpretation of the world, maybe even a superficial one. Investigation of the past reveals new ways to understand life, a new undiscovered country to explore. In fact, after you do this, the thinking of the day seems stale and dead. Embracing your past, in bringing part of you to light, your birth, brings a sense of liberation to life. The possibility of a creative interaction with your own existence, as an individual, becomes possible. The importance of choosing your own hero. Heidegger thinks you should look back into the past of your heritage to uncover new possibilities, other than those offered by the crowd, for understanding how to engage meaningfully with life. One of Heidegger's suggestions is that you need to choose your hero from the past, an exemplar that you can use to help guide you in interpreting and responding to the situations you find yourself in with a sense of purpose. It's a cool idea. You find a historical hero, and in a sense, you have a dialogue with that hero about life. Of course, Achilles, who sees battle as the way to live an excellent life, would be baffled by the world you live in. But thinking about Achilles and the struggles he went through in his world can help you see your world in different ways, in terms of possibilities not offered by the crowd. By having this kind of dialogue with your hero, you make him relevant to today's world, making him live through you in the modern world as a guide. Of course, the process works both ways. The way you view your present world also affects the way you think about and interpret your hero as a historical figure. Joining future and past in the present. Although Heidegger sees the future as central, he also sees the present as the focus point in which the authentic life comes together into a whole across time. Specifically, he thinks that in your actions, the span between your birth and your death is tied together in a way that allows you to see and engage with your world free from the dictates of them. Heidegger calls this way of understanding the present the glance of the eye. You're committed and resolute, and in light of your engagement with the past, you have an ability to see how the present situation is meaningful, to see the possibilities it discloses for you. In light of your engagement with your future and with your death, you're resolute and committed in your choices. Remember that for Heidegger, as for many existentialists, authentic life requires engaging with the world in a way that fully embraces what you are as an existing being. One aspect that existentialism thinks is central is engagement. Your existence is fundamentally action-oriented. As well, your existence has a span in time, it ends in the future, in death, and begins in the past, in terms of your history, culture, or heritage. As a consequence, you should expect that existing in the present can have inauthentic and authentic forms. Action in the present can seek to represent that full unity, or it can fail to bring the self together and allow only parts of it to be represented in the way that you live. The inauthentic present, making present. As you probably expect, the inauthentic past means an immersion in the day. But how does this play out in the inauthentic present? For one, resoluteness doesn't exist. In its place, you lack commitments. You have no connection with life and instead you float superficially over it. In Chapter 6 we talk more about this, in the phenomenon Heidegger calls falling. He argues that your way of engaging with life can be marked by a kind of disconnection, a being lost in the world. Think of the way gossip works, how it passes from one person to the next, how with each person who repeats the gossip, the person's connection to life itself becomes more and more distant. This is how the inauthentic present works. When the gossip changes, when what one does changes, so do your actions. As a result, your identity has no self-defined character. As an individual, you aren't plugged into the world in an active way. You coast along, determined by the external currents of opinion around you. The inauthentic present is marked by shallowness. No sense of you is implicated in what you do. Your actions don't implicate your sense of mission in life or your sense of self-determination. You don't bring to the present a way of structuring what's possible that's individual to you. Your actions don't highlight your past and future. Instead, they express the chatter of the everyday world. To the person lost in the inauthentic present, death is an abstract subject, and the past has no impact on what's being done now. Imagine a person with an addiction, drawn to a continual flow of new, pleasurable experiences, similar to what Kierkegaard calls rotation method in Chapter 10. He runs from party to party, from one fun event to the next. Like a bird mesmerized by shiny objects, this kind of person is caught up in the glitter of the passing experiences in the now. The past, the future, and how they implicate and inform your own sense of self, all these things are of no importance at all. Not for us, say the existentialists. The authentic present, the glance of the eye. Heidegger calls the authentic way of existing in the present Augenblick. In German, this means glance of the eye. It's an odd phrase to use, but it actually does make sense. In the authentic present, the world is transformed and seen in a new way. Your world, and your existence, take on a very particular kind of significance right before your very eyes. Heidegger thinks that in the Augenblick, in the way that you interact with the world, the following four things come together. Your embrace of death means that your actions are resolute. You're committed to the task of forging ahead into the future as an individual. You forcefully seek to engage that challenge in the way that you live. Your way of seeing what's possible for you in your situation is disclosed by the way in which you are continually engaging authentically with your past. But how? In what way should your resolve express itself? Imagine a resolute person with his fist thrust in the air defiantly raised against the they, yelling yes. But yes what? All you know is that you can't live through them. To take that route is to become irresolute and to give up on the seriousness of life and on the task of defining your own path. Thus, in your resolute commitment, you turn to yourself, to your past and your heritage, and find possibilities to help you engage with the situations in life in a meaningful way that allows you not to become lost in the world, or lost in what they dictate. After you find new options and possibilities in the past, and perhaps a hero to team up with, see the nearby sidebar the importance of choosing your own hero, you return to the present, where it all comes together in the moment or in the glance of the eye. In the Augenblick, your resolute embrace of death and seriousness of choice are joined with your penetration of the past, your heritage, and your selection of new possibilities. This joining of the two sides of your existence, past and future, birth and death, is now expressed in the way you act in and see the present. Your life as a whole is unified, your present situation and your action make sense in a story that connects your past and your present and your future. You're finally an authentic individual. Well, at least for the moment. You have to keep it up, you know.